Chapter 799. Zhuo was still creating strong winds in the air. He didn't dare to be careless. After all, he was actually in the limelight. Once he stopped creating the wind, he would definitely be attacked. Who knew if there were any remnants of the earth hair dryer left in the air? Below, all the students were dumbfounded. Their eyes and mouths were wide open as they stared at the scene in front of them blankly. All of them felt that their minds were blank. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and disbelief. They had completely lost the ability to think. After a long time, gulp, a student from Yunwan High School swallowed a mouthful of saliva unconsciously. He only felt that his throat was so dry that it was about to catch fire. What is this? Demonic technique? How can it be so abnormal? Long Yusheng, Ming Zhongjun, and the others were also dumbfounded. What kind of secret technique was this? Or rather, what kind of poison was this? How could it be so abnormal? That was a terrifying thing that could poison any living being within a radius of several hundred li. The Wolf King was so huge, and so many wolves were unable to resist it. Yet, in the end, not even a corpse was left behind. Also, many towering trees on the ground were also corroded into ashes under the attack of the black smoke. This was simply a dream. The wind in the air was still blowing. Zhuo had already landed on the ground. He looked like he was in a lot of trouble as he wiped off his sweat. Damn, what the hell is going on? How do we attract so many wolves? I'm so tired. Long Yusheng, I only saved your wife for 2 days, and you're thanking me with this? You're repaying kindness with evil. You have to give me an explanation. You have to. Long Yusheng and the others opened their mouths and stared at him dumbfounded. Until Zhuo came over to speak, everyone still hadn't recovered from the shock. The scene just now was really terrifying to the extreme. It was so terrifying that everyone was speechless and unable to respond. Zhuo gently pushed Long Yusheng. What's wrong? Are you stupid? Do you think you can avoid an explanation by pretending to be stupid? Poof. Long Yusheng fell to the ground with a pale face. Boss, just now. What happened? Can you stop scaring me? Not only him, but Zhou Yinqing and the others also pricked up their ears. Fuck, you dare to blackmail me? Don't you know that I'm an expert in scamming? Are you talking about black smoke? Zhuo replied with a distressed expression. In a mountain range over there, there's a cave in the ruins, and there's a bottle of this poisonous smoke inside. I don't know who left it behind, but I tried it once before, and the effect was pretty good. I originally wanted to go to the battlefield to make a fortune, but in the end, you guys brought over so many wolves, and I had no choice but to use it. Now it's all gone in an instant. What a waste of such good stuff. If it was placed on the battlefield, how many military merits would I gain? Zhuo sighed. I'm telling you, kid, you have to pay for my loss. If you don't, I'll go to your wife and ask her to pay for it. Long Yusheng's face turned red and white. My wife can compensate, but she can't accompany. Zhuo's face darkened. Fuck off. Everyone was enlightened. So that's why. We've never seen such a terrible thing in our lives, and there's no record of it. So it was found here. This must be an evil thing created by the ancestors of the monster race. It's so vicious, or else it's the former master of the continent that, however, Zhuo had saved their lives, and they had caused him to lose such a powerful treasure. They really felt guilty, especially Long Yusheng and Wan Lixiao. They didn't feel that Zhuo was blackmailing them this time, but they really felt that they owed him, if such a good thing was brought to the battlefield. Sigh, what a waste, what a waste. Zhuo wasted it. Zhuo sighed sadly. He looked at the densely packed wolf corpses on the ground in front of him and said gloomily, the wolf meat isn't delicious. I don't know if these inner cores and wolf skins can make up for my loss. Sigh, this time it's really such a good opportunity, and it's wasted. Zhou Yinqing stood up and said, Brothers, what? Don't worry. We won't let you suffer for nothing. Come, students, let's work together. We'll peel off the inner cores and wolf skins of these demon wolves and give them to Squad Leader Zhuo as compensation. Squad Leader Zhuo, if we get anything in the future, we'll definitely repay you for saving our lives today. Zhuo frowned. What are you doing? How can you give me all these inner cores and wolf skins? This is the result of everyone's hard work. This is the result of our joint efforts. How can you give it all to me? This won't do. I was just joking. I didn't mean it that way. Zhou Yunqing held his hand. Brother Zhua, you're welcome. If it weren't for you, we would have been eaten by the wolves. At the very least, there are so many wolves here. 99% of them were killed by you. How can we accept it? You must accept it. Brother Zhua, don't make us feel even more guilty and sad, Zhou Yunqing said. This isn't good, is it? Zhua Xiaoduo looked like he was in a difficult position. What's not good about it? This is what we should do. Zhou Yunqing looked at his classmates. Don't you think so? Exactly. These can't repay Brother Zhua's kindness at all. Ayaya. Zhua Xiaoduo looked embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, honestly, we're all good classmates, good friends, and good brothers. You don't have to be so formal. All right, I'll accept it. If any of you need it, feel free to ask me for it. Thank you, Brother Zhua. You're welcome. Come, let's work together. The sooner we finish, the better. After that, Zhou Yunqing led his people to work. Zhua is awesome. Long Yuxing gave him a thumbs up with a flattering look. Zhua Xiaoduo glanced at him and said, don't give me that. When we were outside, who was the one who said he wanted to spar with me? I think now is a good time. When you're better, we can spar. You can ask Xiao to help you. I definitely won't mind. But I mind. Wait, who was the one who said he wanted to spar with you? It wasn't me. Long Yuxing shook his head like a rattle drum. I didn't say that. I definitely didn't say that. It was you, Moyan, who said that. Didn't say that. Really didn't say that. Did I hear wrongly? Boss, you must have heard wrongly. I've always been loyal to you. Why would I challenge your authority? Long Yuxing rubbed Zhua Xiaoduo's shoulders attentively. Boss, you work hard. Let me give you a massage. Well, this is not bad. Left, a little to the left, use some strength. Yes, to the right, up, down. Zhua Xiaoduo contentedly twisted his neck and enjoyed the service from someone. Squad leader Zhua Meng Zhangjun walked over anxiously. Go in and see Pia Piao. She's badly injured. Wan Lixio and Gao Xiao carried Jun Pia Piao into the cave and hadn't come out yet. Okay, Zhua Xiaoduo stood up with a start. Just now, everyone was whispering about what happened this time. They were full of admiration for Zhun Pia Piao. Zhua Xiaoduo was also a little emotional. He didn't expect this usually delicate girl to suddenly show such a strong side today. Sure enough, if you didn't encounter something, you wouldn't be able to force out your hidden side. However, Wan Lixio and Gao Qiao had many elixirs with them. Among them, there was no lack of healing medicines. As long as she was still breathing, there should be a way to save her. Why hadn't she gotten better? So Xiaoduo walked to the entrance of the cave quietly and asked softly, Sure, can I go in? How's Pia Piao? This was a question he had to ask. After all, the girl was injured. Perhaps there was something inconvenient for men to see. Come in. Wan Lixio's voice was hurried. So Xiaoduo stepped in. Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, and the others waited anxiously at the door. Pia Piao's condition is very bad. Gao Xiao said to Zhua Xiaoduo, when she fought with the Wolf King, she consumed 99% of her primordial qi. The remaining force of the impact fell on her body. In addition to losing a lot of blood, the bones in her chest and back were broken into several pieces. Her internal organs were damaged. With the current conditions, there is no way to save her. I have already given her the life potion, but it can only slightly replenish her primordial qi. Her current body can't stop the flow of primordial qi at all. I can't think of a way to save her. Zhua Xiaoduo was shocked when he heard this. He looked at Zhun Pia Piao, who was lying on the ground and breathing weakly. Her primordial qi was indeed flowing away. Although it was just a glance, Zhua Xiaoduo was told that this girl was about to die. Zhua Xiaoduo took a deep breath. You two go out first. I will save her with a secret method. Okay. Wan Lixio and Gao Qiao were full of trust in Zhua Xiaoduo. Hearing this, they walked out without hesitation. Why did you come out? Meng Zhangjun asked anxiously. How is Pia Piao's condition? Her condition is very bad. Squad leader will use the secret method to save her. Gao Qiao said, don't make noise. We need the quietest environment now. Looking at the chaotic situation of the crowd, Gao Xiao made a prompt decision and sternly stopped them. All of you, shut up. If you disturb squad leaders with treatment, and something happens to Pia Piao, will you be satisfied? All of you sit down. If not, go to work. Get out of here. After a pause, she said, why are only the people from Yunduan working? Do we, the people from Hidden Dragon Sect, just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? Why don't you all go to work? She drove everyone away in a domineering manner. Although Meng Zhongjun and Hao Han were worried, they were mercilessly suppressed by Gao Qiao. They had to go to the other side to help. Gao Qiao and Wan Lixio guarded the entrance of the cave with heavy hearts. They sighed in their hearts. In their opinion, Zhan Piapiao's injury was already fatal. There was no way to save her. Today, perhaps they really had to send away a good sister. As they were thinking, footsteps sounded in the cave. Squad leaders Pia Piaoshi, Gao Qiao, looked up and asked hurriedly. But halfway through, she suddenly opened her mouth wide. She was dumbfounded. Chapter 800. Wan Lixio turned her head to look and immediately cried out in surprise. She was stunned. She was completely stunned. Then she rubbed her eyes, thinking that she was seeing things. It was Zhan Piapiao who came out of the cave. And it was Zhan Piapiao who was in perfect condition with a rosy face and fluttering long hair. If it weren't for the bloodstains on her clothes, it would be hard to prove that Zhan Piapiao was seriously injured just now. But what was going on now? It was such a serious injury that would have killed her. How did she recover? It hadn't even been that long, right? Pia Piao? Gao Qiao was stunned for a while before she asked in disbelief, You're fine? You're fine now? In an instant, Gao Qiao had the illusion that Zhan Piapiao was dead and her soul had floated out. This was too amazing. I'm fine. Zhan Piapiao nodded with a smile. I feel that my current state is much better than when I wasn't injured. Then what about Zhua? Wan Lixio asked hurriedly. She suddenly thought of a possibility. Just now, Zhua Xiaoduo said that he used a secret method to save Zhan Piapiao, and then Zhan Piapiao recovered instantly. What kind of secret method could have such a miraculous effect? Could it be a secret method of exchanging injury for injury, a life for a life? Otherwise, how could the effect be so obvious? Did that mean that Zhua Xiaoduo used his own body to heal Zhan Piapiao's inherent injury? Wan Lixio didn't dare to continue thinking. If that was the truth, it would be too terrible. In order to save me, squad leader Zhua used a secret method. He is now recuperating inside. He told me to tell you that he needs an hour. Don't disturb him. Zhan Piapiao said gratefully. I thought I was going to die. I even clearly felt that my soul was about to float out of my body, but it was still lingering for a short time. I didn't expect squad leaders will. Zhan Piapiao choked with sobs. Squad leaders must have exhausted a lot to save me. Let's protect him together. Okay. The three women sat at the entrance of the cave to protect him. Pia Piao. Meng Zhongjun came over like lightning and said in surprise, You're fine? That's great. Zhan Piapiao sighed softly. Her expression turned cold as she said, It was class monitor Zhua who saved me. Don't be loud. You'll disturb class monitor Zhua's recovery. Meng Zhongjun smiled and said in a relaxed manner, Good. I'm relieved that you've recovered. I'll go back to work now. You guys guard me well. He turned around and practically skipped away. It was a sense of relief that came from the bottom of his heart. Following which, Hao Han and the others also expressed their concern. Zhan Piapiao thanked him with a smile. Gao Qiao looked at the group of boys sweating profusely and couldn't help but laugh. Pia Piao, it seems that you have a lot of suitors. She was indeed a femme fatale. It's just that I wonder who our great beauty Pia Piao has taken a fancy to. Zhan Piapiao forced a smile and said, I'm focused on martial arts. I don't have the time to think about these matters between men and women. After saying this, she was in a daze. Gao Qiao imperceptibly glanced at Zhan Piapiao's face. She smiled faintly and said, There's no end to the road of martial arts. It's the same road for hundreds, thousands of years. Even if you're devoted to this road, it's inevitable that you'll feel lonely. It's not bad to have someone to accompany you. She sighed from the bottom of her heart and said enviously, just like our class monitors were, he found a fairy to accompany him. That kind of appearance, that kind of temperament, that kind of charm, it's really enviable. To be honest, I had some thoughts about class monitors at first, but since that day, I've been completely desperate. There's really no comparison. Alas, my life is bitter. My first love ended before it even started. Don't you think I'm miserable? Hearing Gao Xiao's words, Zhen Piapiao lowered her head. In a place where no one was paying attention, the light in her eyes slowly dimmed. She said with a smile, yes, only such a fairy is worthy of class monitors. Then she said, Sister Qiao, as the most beautiful woman in Fenghai, you must have a lot of pursuers, right? First love is difficult to have a result. Why hang yourself on a tree? Just choose another one. Gao Xiao smiled. Pia Piao, your family is different from mine. Your Zhen family is rich and powerful. You don't have to worry about anything. But our Gao family is completely different. She sighed deeply. It's a long story. The two women began to chat about their daily lives. Wan Lixio was concentrating on guarding. She didn't listen to what the two women said at all. This kind of talk was really meaningless. Wan Lixio didn't realize that Gao Qiao had cruelly extinguished Zhen Piapiao's love fantasy in these few words. In the stone cave, Zhuo Xiaoduo went into the Tower of Space Extermination as soon as Zhen Piapiao went out. This 1 hour of rest was necessary. Otherwise, Zhen Piapiao's quick recovery was bound to arouse suspicion. It would lead to endless trouble and even disaster. He entered the Tower of Space Extermination to cultivate for an hour. Now, 1 hour in the outside world was equivalent to 2 days in the Tower of Space Extermination. He didn't want to waste time. The process of him treating Zhen Piapiao was actually very simple. He just put the multicolored stone, and it was done in a moment. But this kind of divine object was an extreme thing that couldn't be exposed. It was already at the level of defying the heavens and changing fate. No matter which force or expert, they wouldn't let it go. It couldn't be exposed. 3 beautiful women guarding the door. This kind of treatment was undoubtedly super high. However, this wasn't the focus of everyone's attention. The martial artists who were cleaning up the battlefield were all quietly discussing. What is his cultivation level? Isn't he too strong? I don't believe that he's only at the nascent soul level. A martial arts student in Yunwan High School couldn't hide his admiration and admiration. He had already naturally called him as well, like the other students of the Hidden Dragon School, and he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with calling him that. Only such a strong person was qualified to be called the boss. Of course, Bajou of Yunwan was also called the boss by his own people. But one was the boss of the Hidden Dragon School, or the common boss, while Boss Zhou, cough, was just the boss of Yunwan. He's really at the nascent soul level, and he just broke through not long ago. Before this, he had been working hard to suppress his true essence. I heard that he suppressed it 9 times. Zhua has a similar true essence suppression at every level of cultivation. Otherwise, how could his strength be so strong? The students of Hidden Dragon Academy were proud of him. In all fairness, when they were in school, they felt that class rep Zhua was a cheap person. Even though they knew that he was strong and far surpassed his peers, they never had such a strong impression of him up close. Now that they were facing a life and death situation, they were powerless even though they wanted to help. Then, they saw class reps would turn the tide with all his might. The shock and impact of the comparison between the two made them realize that class rep Zhua, who didn't put on any airs in school, was the best person to rely on in a life and death situation. He's already so strong at the nascent soul level. The students of Yunduan exclaimed, "That's because you're ignorant. Class monitor Zhua is invincible in Hidden Dragon School. Many 3rd and 4th grade cloud transformation high cultivators aren't his match. How is class monitor Zhui usually? He's usually amiable in school. You can't see that he has a temper at all." The students of Hidden Dragon School bragged. "This is a big shot. He's approachable and blends into his every move and action." The students of Yunduan exclaimed. The students of Hidden Dragon School's first grade twitched the corners of their mouths. They turned their faces away and didn't participate in the discussion. The students of Yunduan sighed. Why doesn't our school have someone like Zwa? Look at how happy the students of Hidden Dragon School are. With such a boss, they feel so safe. The students of Hidden Dragon School expressed. It's only at times like this that they feel safe. Usually, when he's cheap, they don't feel this way. At that time, they just want to beat him to death. And they can't beat him. Hao Han moved closer to Meng Zhongjun. Brother Jun, Zhun Pia Piao, doesn't seem to be very warm to you. Meng Zhongjun was silent for a moment and said, Do you want to see how warm she is to me? Hao Han frowned and said, In short, she was neither cold nor warm before, but now she's quite cold. It seems like she's deliberately distancing herself from you. Meng Zhongjun stopped tidying up and turned to face Hao Han. His face showed that he was struggling. You have to pay attention to what you say. All this time, since the military store, I've been pursuing her, but she's always ignored me. Until now, it's still like this. She's never had anything to do with me. Meng Zhongjun said, She's never hinted at anything to me, let alone accepted any gifts from me. Hao Han, what are you trying to say? Hao Han let out a long sigh and said, I just feel that, after so many years, even if she has a heart of stone, she should have warmed up, right? Meng Zhongjun said sadly, Hao Han, if a woman doesn't have you in her heart, then, even if you give your whole life, it's hard to warm her heart. Hao Han was speechless. After a long time, he said bitterly, Thens was Xiaoduo. Meng Zhongjun reached out and stopped Hao Han. He said bitterly, Hao Han, please give me some hope. If Pia Piao likes someone else, I still have hope. If she likes Xiaoduo, then I'm destined to have no hope in this life. Hao Han said unhappily, What's so good about Xiaoduo? Isn't it just that he's a little more handsome than you, taller than you, fairer than you, more popular than you, better at earning money, and a brighter future? Yes, and his cultivation strength. That's a little stronger than yours, but what else does he have? Meng Zhongjun looked at Hao Han with grief and indignation. After a long time, he said with trembling lips, Hao Han, we've been classmates for so many years. I only know that your ability to comfort people is actually so strong. Chapter 801. About an hour later, Xiaoduo came out of the cave. His face was as pale as paper, and his footsteps were weak as if his body had been hollowed out. Zhun Pia Piao was the first to step forward. Class monitor Zwa, how are you? Are you okay? I'm fine. I have such a strong foundation. What can happen to me? Are you all okay? Zwa Xiaoduo patted his chest. He made a heroic face. We're all fine. Our injuries are almost healed. That's good. Zhou Yinqing walked over and handed over a space ring. Brother Zwa, there are 7,203 demon wolves' inner cores and fur inside. They're all here. Okay. Zwa Xiaoduo didn't refuse and directly accepted it. Zwa Xiaoduo was very clear in his heart. If it was his, he would not decline or act pretentiously. He also wouldn't do something like he did all the work alone, but shared the spoils equally with everyone. Equal distribution could only happen between a limited number of people. He had contributed the most in today's matter, so it was only right for him to get it. He would let Gao Qiao count later to see if it was this number. So Xiaoduo knew how many wolves he had killed. After counting, he confirmed that there was no discrepancy in the number. He thought that if he did this in the future, then after he went out and exchanged these things for resources, he would naturally give everyone a share. If you know the rules, I will show my own demeanor more. But if you don't know the rules, the number is wrong, or if there are any problems in the future because of this, then I'm sorry. These are all mine. Whoever wants them, draw your sword and take them. This was Zwa Xiaoduo's character. Everyone was in a good state and organized the team. There were a total of 8 Hidden Dragon martial artists and 11 Yunduan martial artists, making a total of 19 people. Zhou Yinqing came to discuss with Zwa Xiaoduo. Should we split up or move together? What do you think? Zwa Xiaoduo actually didn't have any opinion about splitting up or moving together. Anyway, Long Yusheng Wan Lixio, and the hidden dragon martial artist would definitely follow him. It didn't matter if the others came or not. Let's split up for now, Zhou Yunqing said. We are here to gain experience. If we stay together, with your cultivation, you will be invincible in this area. If we follow you, it will be like traveling. Although it may be dangerous for everyone to split up, it is also the best way to gain experience and grow. All right, so Xiao Duo straightforwardly agreed, and then something unexpected happened one after another. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio came together and bid farewell to Xiao Duo. We will be in a separate group. Don't worry, we won't be too far away from you. All right, so Xiao Duo thought about it and agreed. Zhou Yunqing's concerns were very reasonable. With everyone around him, this trip was indeed meaningless. Let's form a group as well, Meng Zhongjun suggested. We Hidden Dragon High School's people should choose another direction. We should split up into batches and train separately. We shouldn't all gather together. All right, after this assignment, there was only one person left besides Xiao Duo, Gao Qiao'er. Even Zhun Piapiao had chosen to go on an adventure alone. However, Xiao Duo decided to go west. Zhun Piapiao also went west, but she was separated from Xiao Duo by dozens of miles. If there is danger, I will call, but when I can handle it myself, I will train alone. Zhun Piapiao smiled and waved her hand. Class monitors take care. Only Gao Qiao was very casual. I don't plan to train alone. From the beginning, I didn't ask for a strong cultivation. It's good enough as long as it's enough. Gao Qiao said, it's safest for me to follow you. I think I can still help you with some work. All right. Xiao Duo smiled and said, however, following me doesn't necessarily mean that it's safe. Gao Qiao just smiled indifferently at this sentence. She really didn't believe it in her heart. Xiao Duo was invincible in the nascent soul realm's training ground. This recognition had been deeply rooted in Gao Qiao'er's heart. So, how could it not be safe to be by his side? But soon, her cognition was subverted. When Xiao Duo carried her to escape crazily, and the Demon King realm demonic beast chased after them desperately, Gao Qiao even felt a little regretful. This guy actually risked angering the Demon King realm demonic beast to steal the heavenly treasure that the Demon King realm demonic beast was looking for. He really didn't know how to spell the word death, but he succeeded in stealing it. After that, the Demon King realm demonic beast only reacted when it saw that the treasure was gone. That this was simply inconceivable. Gao Qiao didn't know that Xiao Duo carried the Void Transformation Stone with him. It was really easy for him to sneak into a Demon King storage. She only knew that she almost died in this escape. Well, Xiao Duo got a starry peach this time. If he just picked a few peaches, the Demon King realm demonic beast might not be so angry. But this guy carried the whole tree away, but more importantly, the peach was not ripe. Facing this situation, the white elephant Demon King's heart was broken. The starry peach only ripens once every 2,000 years. I didn't make it the last time, and it was eaten by other demonic beasts. After more than 10 years of hard work, I fought off all the opponents and guarded it for more than 1,980 years. It's about to be ready to eat. I can smell the fragrance of the ripe starry peach. What the fuck is this thing that came out of nowhere? He even carried the tree away. Can you be any more shameless? The white elephant Demon King's combat strength was undoubtedly strong, but because his body was too big, he was inevitably lacking in agility. As Xiao Duo fled, the white elephant Demon King was so angry that he screamed and spat blood behind him. There was nothing he could do. Even though his boundless mental energy had shattered the void countless times, it was useless against Xiao Duo, who was as slippery as a loach. He could only sigh helplessly. When the peach ripens, I'll give you one, Xiao Duo said to Gao Qiao. Those who were familiar with him knew that this was an extremely rare act of generosity. There were 99 starry peaches on a single tree. There were quite a lot of them. Moreover, Xiao Duo had dug up the entire tree. It was no wonder that he was so generous. I estimate that if you eat one of these peaches, you can increase your pure cultivation by about 500 years. With your current level, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand it. When you go back, hurry up and cultivate to the peak of nascent soul. After suppressing it a few more times, you'll be able to eat the starry peach. I estimate that you'll be able to directly rush to the peak of cloud transformation. It's even possible for you to directly break through to the God-reigning realm. So Xiao Duo explained happily. Gao Qiao thanked him profusely. However, she was doubtful in her heart. This peach is clearly not ripe yet. How can you guarantee that this thing will definitely survive in your hands? Pulling it out so barbarically like pulling out grass. Aren't you afraid of hurting your roots? But although she criticized him in her heart, Gao Qiao still believed Zhuo Xiaoduo almost instinctively. Along the way, she had seen too many incredible things. 70 to 80% of the things that Zhuo Xiaoduo had plundered had been transferred to Gao Qiao's hands. Go back and deal with it. It was just that the many things that she had obtained so far made Gao Qiao feel that buying half of Fenghai City didn't seem to be a problem. What made Gao Qiao even more shocked was that this Zhuo was directly scraping the ground as he advanced. Wherever he passed, wherever he could see, no matter whether it was on the ground or underground, he didn't let go of anything. Not to mention other things, just the inner cores of demonic beasts that Zhuo Xiaoduo had handed to Gao Qiao for her to deal with when she went back had already exceeded 20,000. 20,000. Even for someone like Gao Qiao, she had never seen so many inner cores since she was born. At the very least, there were more than 20,000 inner cores of demonic beasts at the nascent soul level. In addition to the inner cores, there were all kinds of demonic beads and bone pearls, all kinds of demonic beast corpses and furs. The units were all in the tens of thousands, and this was just the demonic beasts. It didn't include the various heavenly materials and earthly treasures that were harvested along the way, those that grew on the ground and those that grew under the ground. It was just like a sea of them. There were also all kinds of strange metals that, in addition, Gao Qiao knew very well that although these harvests seemed to be huge, it only included the low-level and mid-level items. As for the high-level items, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't put them out at all. They were all for his personal use. But this was an experience. Gao Qiao really felt dizzy. For others, even if they didn't constantly hover between life and death and struggle to survive, they would at least have to suffer a lot. But this Zhuo, all the way here, was simply to travel and make a fortune. As for the path that Zhuo Xiaoduo passed by, it was really, even a mouse that entered would rush out with tears in its eyes. There was nothing left. It was too clean. The group of students gradually expanded as time went on. Slowly, the nascent soul cultivators of the Astral Souls continent began to meet one after another. They contacted each other and then separated to gain experience. After a few days, according to the feedback, more than 100 people's whereabouts had been reported. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo was still very anxious, because he hadn't seen Yuemo Yin, Li Qinglong, Li Zhongming, Xiang Bing, Xiang Chong, and the others. Since he knew that this place was dangerous, how could he not be worried? What Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know was that in another direction, Li Qinglong and the others had all gathered together. Li Zhongming had painstakingly gotten rid of the sow and then dug up a few spiritual herbs. He even ate a few red fruits that he had accidentally picked. As he was circulating his energy to digest the medicinal effects, he saw Yu Yin being chased by a large group of demonic beasts, running in a sorry state. And it was a large group of high-level demonic beasts. Li Zhongming looked up to the sky and sighed. He knew that he couldn't win against them, so he simply went forward and helped Yu Yin block them. While running for his life, he activated the Great Dream Divine Skill. In the end, he successfully carried Yu Yin and a large group of demonic beasts, and fell asleep together. When he woke up and carried Yu Yin who was still sleeping soundly, he ran into Li Qinglong and the others. Li Qinglong looked at Yu Yin, who was sleeping soundly on Li Zhongming's shoulder, and was shocked. Damn, you slept with her again. Chapter 802. Li Zhongming had a stomach full of complaints. What do you mean I slept with her again? Do you even know how to speak properly? Xiang Chong, Xiangbing, and the rest all had strange looks on their faces. Naturally, they were reminded of the arena battle back then. After that, they encountered a group of geniuses from the Umno Alliance. Both sides had a disagreement, and after a battle, both sides suffered injuries. However, just as things were about to reach a climax, the mountain beside them collapsed. An ancient demon's cave abode that shone with treasures had appeared majestically. Both sides were energized. At this crucial moment, dozens of people from the Tao League had also found this place. The three sides were in a heated debate about the ownership of this demon's cave. However, in terms of strength, Li Chenglong's side was the strongest. Li Chenglong dominated all the geniuses, and no one was a match for him. However, with Li Chenglong's display of strength, the Tao League and the Umno Alliance gradually showed signs of joining forces that Li Chenglong was smart enough to suggest that the three sides should negotiate and enter together. As for who would obtain the treasure, it would depend on their luck. Everyone agreed readily. Regardless of whether it was the Tao League or the Umno Alliance, if they had a choice, they would not be willing to join forces with each other. The three sides entered the ancient demon's cave abode one after another. However, after everyone entered, the ancient demon's cave abode suddenly disappeared. Along with everyone else, it also disappeared from the ground. That as time passed, more and more geniuses from the three continents encountered each other. It became more and more frequent. As for Zhua Xiaoduo's side, although they were training separately, they were in the same direction. Once there was any sudden change, he would roar, and everyone would respond together. Under such a mechanism, they would not be at a disadvantage. Not to mention, there was also Zhua Xiaoduo, who traversed the entire region. This huge shitstir was basically a ready-made cheat. All the geniuses of the Tao Alliance and the Wizard Alliance who encountered him gritted their teeth and harbored evil intentions. They either died on the spot or had their rings stolen by him. There were only a few exceptions. The reason why he was an exception was probably because there were a few geniuses from the Tao Alliance who were mild-mannered and were spared by Zhua Xiaoduo. After that, Zhua Xiaoduo blamed himself for a long time. Why did I suddenly become soft-hearted? Is this still my Zhua Xiaoduo? Could it be that he was possessed? He must be possessed. There were also a few groups of geniuses from the Umno Alliance. Their attitudes were also very gentle. After meeting Zhua Xiaoduo, they actually introduced themselves and asked for Zhua Xiaoduo's name. As soon as they heard the name Zhua Xiaoduo, these people immediately gave in and took out a large number of natural treasures they had obtained from the secret realm, saying that they wanted to make friends with Zhua Xiaoduo and form a good relationship with him. Zhua Xiaoduo didn't understand at all. What was going on? You're from the Umno Alliance, okay? We're enemies, okay? Why are you being so polite? What's your stance? This makes it difficult for me to do anything. Hence, Zhua Xiaoduo started to pester them endlessly, demanding for a yard after getting an inch. He was obviously trying to find a reason to do something. However, these geniuses from the Umno Alliance were too good-tempered. Their faces were full of subservience, and they would do whatever he said. You want something? Okay, I'll give it to you. You want a ring? Okay, I'll give it to you. What else do you want? If you want a beauty, we have it here too. Even if you want us, we're not a problem. I'll take off my pants and wait for you. You want to beat us up? Okay, we'll lie down and you can beat us up. You want to kill us? We'll stretch our necks and you can kill us. We won't make a move. We won't make a move. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. Faced with this scene, Zhua Xiaoduo's heart was gloomy. Even if the other party scolded him, he would still be able to come up with a reason. No matter how lame the reason was, it was still a reason. However, if there was no reason, then there was really no reason. There was a fundamental difference. Even if they showed a humiliated or angry expression, he could still use it as a pretext to make a fuss. What? Why do you have such an expression when you see me? Are you provoking me? I think you're just looking down on me. Zhua Xiaoduo. However, there wasn't even an angry expression on the other party's face. What the fuck? He had no choice but to read their fortune one by one. Then, he extorted a lot of treasures as payment for reading their fortune. He pulled Gao Xiao away unhappily. Gao Xiao was dumbfounded. When did Zhua have such a big reputation? The geniuses of the Umno Alliance, each and every one of them, were like mice that saw a cat when they saw him. They didn't even dare to move. What the fuck? The same geniuses of the UMNO alliance chased after me and Wanli Xiao for thousands of miles when they saw us. However, these groups of people were much more numerous than that group of people, but they were like sheep in front of Zhuo. They automatically offered treasures and bowed to him, and Zhuo didn't look happy at all. This was simply too awe-inspiring and domineering. One person showed his name, and the other party collectively prostrated themselves respectfully. There was also a group of people who saw the situation from afar and immediately turned around and ran away as if there was oil on the soles of their feet. But where's your loyalty? But all of this was too unimaginable, wasn't it? Of course, there were also those who didn't know what was going on. There were also those who were successfully picked on by Zhuo. Those people's ending was that after they contributed many treasures and rings to Zhuo, they also contributed a bunch of luck points that were fulfilled by the bloody calamity. Ever since Zhuo had entered the mystic realm, he had obtained more than 400 providence points. It could be said to be an unprecedented, huge harvest. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed. The nascent soul transformation cultivators on Zhuo's side from the Astral Souls continent improved their strength and cultivation rapidly. Moreover, they cooperated with each other. At least in terms of safety, they were much better than the other two sides. Seeing this situation, Zhuo let Gao Qiao go back. I'll walk around alone and look for opportunities a little further away. Zhuo thought very clearly. With him secretly following them, these students wouldn't be in any danger, but because of this, they wouldn't have any experience. If he wanted them to really grow, he had to leave them alone and let them face the difficulties and dangers on their own. Gao Qiao also knew that if she followed Zhuo, she would only be useful in dealing with the harvest. The rest would only be a burden, so she nodded happily and went to find the main group. Gao Qiao's goal was very obvious. My aptitude is not that of a peerless genius. I'm destined to have no hope of reaching the peak of martial arts. Then I'll set my goal as a second-rate cultivator. As long as I don't fall too far behind and don't leave the main group, it'll be fine. If this is the premise, then no matter if I rely on elixirs or opportunities, I'll cooperate with my own efforts to improve my cultivation, that unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't fight the enemy head-on and kill them. I'm more suitable for logistics. So if I don't follow Zhuo, I'll find another relatively safe person to accompany me. After thinking about it, she entered the middle position of the group. Not far to the left was Meng Zhongjun and the others. Not far to the right was Hao Han and the others. Accompanying her was Zhen Piao. Well, it's decided happily. It's safe and foolproof. After Zhuo separated from Gao Qiao, he immediately turned into a sharp arrow and sped away. Another reason why Zhuo decided to separate from Gao Qiao was that this large area, about thousands of miles in radius, had been drained clean by Xiaochang. There were only a few kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures in this area. Zhuo was gradually dissatisfied with such a harvest and even irritated. Although it was very annoying to say this, for Zhuo, so far, there were only a few harvests on this trip. There were no more surprises, so he was very depressed. If his thoughts were heard by other nascent soul geniuses, it would most likely arouse public anger. They would attack him together and beat him to death. You fucking obtained wealth that we may not be able to obtain in our entire lives. How dare you say that you didn't get anything? But in Zhuo's heart, this was really what he thought. Maybe it was because he had gained too much, and his vision had become a little higher. It was a bad result of being used to it. After parting with Gao Qiao, Xiaoduo swept across the hilly area of the 7,000-mile plain in one breath. Like a gust of wind, he galloped across. Except for stopping to rob 2 groups of geniuses from the UMNO Alliance, he didn't stop. However, in the process of robbing, Xiaoduo unexpectedly met a weirdo. The other party was a tall and thin man who belonged to the UMNO Alliance. He was dressed very luxuriously. When he saw Xiaoduo coming down to rob him, he was actually very arrogant. However, this guy did have some goods under his hands. Not only did he dare to go against Zhou Xiaoduo, but he also resisted Zhou Xiaoduo's attack for a full 3 minutes before he was defeated. Then, when this guy was kicked in the crotch by Zhou Xiaoduo and flew into the air, he screamed and showed a gold medal. Stop. I'm a disciple of the golden-scaled Great Wizard Clan. I have the death-free gold medal of the left and right heavenly kings. Then, he covered his crotch and screamed, ah, ow, ow, ah. Zhou Xiaoduo never dreamed that he would meet such a weirdo. He felt the gold medal and found that there were indeed 3 extremely powerful spiritual forces on it. They should be the top geniuses from the Umno Alliance, the group of people that the 3 continents had promised not to hurt. However, Zhou Xiaoduo felt very angry. Why don't I have this thing? What the hell? Who is he looking down on? Am I not more talented than him? Am I not more promising? Zhou Xiaoduo was angry. Although he did not dare to kill him, he still stripped this descendant of the great wizard down to his underwear. Give it to me. Zhou Xiaoduo's fiendish expression. You should at least leave me something, right? At least leave me the ring. This guy argued. I'll empty the ring for you, okay? As the descendant of the great wizard, I have to be shameless. Shameless? What's your name? Shahai. Shahai. Your ancestor's surname is Jin, and your surname is Shah? Do you think that I, Zhou Xiaoduo, have no brains? Have you never been to school? Zhou Xiaoduo began to find excuses. Are you looking down on me? Zhou Xiaoduo. Chapter 803. My name is Shahai. My ancestor is a golden-scaled shaman, but the golden-scaled shaman. His surname is not Jin. Shahai yelled, feeling wronged. Brother Zhou, since you said you're educated, why don't you have any common sense? How dare you accuse me of having no common sense? It seems like you still haven't realized the reality. Zhou Xiaoduo was so angry that he beat up the 11 geniuses of the Umno Alliance, including Shahai. Shahai was silent. He finally realized that this hero Zhou Xiaoduo was obviously unhappy that he couldn't kill anyone. No matter what he said, he would still be beaten up. He could only keep quiet. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. The less he said, the less mistakes he would make. He did not give him any reason to be angry. Let's see what Zhou Xiaoduo can do. Zhou Xiaoduo looted everyone and left without hesitation. You should have left a ring. I still need to put away this token, right? Shahai yelled behind Zhou Xiaoduo. You took it away. Where am I supposed to put it? You can stuff it in your ass. Zhou Xiaoduo said fiercely, I'm telling you, if you see my astral soul's martial arts, you'd better take a detour. If you dare hurt anyone, I'll make sure you won't be able to leave the arcane realm. I don't believe that your token can stop me from killing. Shahai was so sad that he did not dare to make a sound. He thought that he had obtained a lot of good things in the past few days, but it turned out that they were all prepared for someone else up his sides. He could not do anything to the astral souls in the future. The situation is better than the person. We can only target the Tao League now. Sand Seaside. I need to hurry up and run into a group of geniuses of the Tao Alliance and snatch an interspatial ring from them. What the fuck? I ran into someone who doesn't know anything and is completely unreasonable. I already said that he was a descendant of a grand shaman, but he actually snatched everything clean. Master Hai, are we really not going to deal with the astral souls? Even if we kill them, so Xiaoduo might not know. What if he finds out? Do you think he was just being arrogant just now? He is forcing us to violate his taboo first. As long as we touch his bad luck and give him a reason to kill, he will really dare to kill. Shahai still had some lingering fear in his heart. He probably doesn't know that this is for Sky Soar Realm cultivators. Let's just hope that Brat doesn't find out about this in the secret realm. Everyone, immediately, Shahai was brimming with heroic spirit as he said, everything must be done safely. When I get out this time and cultivate to the cloud transformation realm, I'll definitely kill Zhou Xiaoduo and avenge today's humiliation. The people behind him were speechless. When you came in, you acted as if you were number one in the world, boasting shamelessly that you would sweep through the secret realm. When you talked about Zhou Xiaoduo, you snorted and said that you could kill this so-called Zhou Xiaoduo with a fart. In the end, he really encountered Zhou Xiaoduo. If you're so fucking awesome, why don't you just take it head on? Why don't you just kill him with a fart? Why are you scared? Why are you scared? Aren't you just relying on that ancestral tablet to stay alive? Now that it's been snatched clean, you don't even dare to snatch it back from the Astral Soul's mainland. You only dare to snatch it from the Tao League. Do you have to listen to him so much? What do you mean by killing him after you break through to the cloud transformation realm? Right now, all I can think about is when you break through to the cloud transformation realm, he will still crush you. Maybe he will crush you even more. I thought he was the greatest king, but in the end, he's just the best mouthy king. Let's go. Everyone, follow me to cause trouble for the Tao League. Shahai waved his hand. His words were spoken in an incredibly heroic and imposing manner. It was as if he didn't hold with Xiao Duo and the others in any regard at all. It was as if he could single-handedly defeat the 7 swords of the Tao Alliance. The 10 people behind him felt a wave of exhaustion. When I first started following you, I saw that you were killing people everywhere. You were very awesome. You didn't smile, and you had a cold face. I really thought that you were amazing. But I only realized that I was following a clown when I met a tough opponent. So Xiao Duo walked for a few hundred miles, but he still felt uneasy. Why don't I have that tablet? Why didn't anyone give it to me? Why? Am I not a genius? Who do I need to appeal this matter to? So Xiao Duo counted with his fingers and sighed. I don't know anyone from the upper management of Astral Souls. Should I tell Principal Yi about this? Should I ask Principal Yi to fight for it? What am I thinking? Principal Yi's position is only useful in Fenghai. In front of the upper management of Astral Souls, he has no say at all. Then we can only rely on Uncle Nan. It seems that Uncle Nan is the chief of the South. So Xiao Duo sighed softly. Dad and Mom only know one high-ranking official in our lives. Although it's already a great achievement to know this high-ranking official. I don't know when I can see Uncle Nan again. Let's see if I can be thick-skinned and mention it. But this matter involves the approval of the Heavenly King. It seems that Uncle Nan can't do it. Damn it. Is the descendant of the Golden Scale great, which so awesome? How dare he threaten me in front of my face? So Xiao Duo was really angry. His life's dream was to win without doing anything. But this dream was shattered by someone who even wanted to do the opposite in front of him. Such a blatant threat, clear in front of his eyes. You can't kill my descendant. This should be my way of doing things. What kind of logic is this? We're enemies, okay. But I can't kill your descendant, but then what's the point of fighting? This life is full of difficulties and frustrations. I can't say anything when I'm threatened. When I'm on the top of the sky in the future, I'll catch a great witch and beat him up. He wrote a poem very gloomily. Only then did he feel a little spiritual victory. He looked up at the road ahead. He saw dark clouds in front of him. Moreover, this dark cloud didn't seem to be moving. It just lay across the sky in the distance. At the end of his gaze was a tall mountain that reached straight into the sky. The mountain peak directly pierced into the dark clouds. Over there, lightning flashed like silver snakes. In short, it looked very terrifying. However, Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. I seem to have a feeling here. I really want to go in. It seems that something is waiting for me to go over. It was a very clear and real feeling. Xiao Long came over like a gust of wind. His eyes were filled with fear. Boss, let's change direction. It's extremely dangerous ahead. The power of the way of the heavens is in a chaotic state over there. A gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. What's going on? Tell me specifically, why is in chaos? Xiao Long stammered and said, that seems to be the chaotic sea of thunderclouds. So Xiaoduo didn't understand the term chaotic sea of thunderclouds at all. However, he vaguely felt that there was something over there that was vaguely attracting him. Let's go over and take a look. Try to be careful. If things don't work out, we'll retreat immediately. So Xiaoduo hesitated for a moment. In the end, he couldn't control the feeling in his heart. I'll go over and take a look. Just a look. If there are benefits and the danger isn't too great, I'll naturally try. If I feel that the danger is too great, then I'll turn back and leave. I'll never turn back. Zhou Xiaoduo gave himself a few shots of precaution. Boss, I still suggest that you don't go. The rules of the way of the heavens, they're really chaotic and out of focus. Xiaolong's words and actions were full of fear. Boss, you're protected by the way of the heavens. According to common sense, you'll be fine in the land of astral souls. However, once you go to the land of the Tao League and the land of the Umno Alliance, things might not be the same. However, if you only go to the land of the Umno Alliance and the land of the Tao League, even if you're targeted, you'll still have a lot of chances to escape. It's not impossible for you to survive the danger. However, in such a chaotic place, the way of the heavens will be difficult to take effect. Boss, please reconsider. Zhuo Duo was stunned for a moment. What did you just say? I'm protected by the way of the astral souls? What do you mean by that? He really didn't know about his own way of the heavens. Although he used to look at his face in the mirror, he really couldn't see much. As for the way of the heavens, neither the divination technique nor the aura observation technique could see one's own way of the heavens. So Xiaoduo only knew that his luck was good, and his way of the heavens should be stronger than most people. However, this was only his own guess, and there was no actual proof. At this moment, after listening to Xiaolong's words, he vaguely understood something. Can you tell me in detail what's going on with the chaotic way of the heavens? So Xiaoduo tried hard to recall the relevant knowledge he had seen. I don't know the details either. It's just a name. Xiaolong was also dumbfounded. It's probably very dangerous, the kind that's extremely dangerous. If you go even a little closer, you might die. He was already scared out of his wits when he saw the chaotic way of the heavens. To Xiaolong, such a place was a land of death. If he really entered, he would be completely torn apart in an instant. Such a place was a land of death even for the Son of Providence, who carried the way of the heavens. Because in such a place, the more providence one had, the easier it was to be targeted by the chaotic way of the heavens. After the Son of Providence was torn apart, the providence he carried would be absorbed by the chaotic way of the heavens. It was no different from a great tonic. So Xiaoduo could not help but be shocked when he heard this. He became more and more apprehensive. If he would die if he went close, then it would not be as simple as a land of death. How can there be a place with chaotic way of the heavens? So Xiaoduo was puzzled. Could it be that this was caused by the separation of the continent back then? Xiaolong said in fear, no. The chaotic way of the heavens is actually the chaos of the universe before the heavens were opened. It was chaotic and disorderly. Xiaolong said, I don't know the specifics, and I've never really seen it. Anyway, it's very, very dangerous. Moreover, in any world after the heavens were opened, the chaotic way of the heavens would not completely disappear. It might be temporarily hidden, or it might be sealed. In such a place, only powerful people who have a very, very high level of cultivation can protect themselves if they enter. Those who are slightly weaker will be torn apart immediately if they enter. There are very few lucky people. Xiaolong was a little puzzled. But why would such a place appear here? Isn't this the trial space? This is simply equivalent to a martial disciple who has just entered the way of the Tao, encountering a formation set up by the Umno Alliance's great shamans. It's not just a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. It's simply a 10 out of 10 chance of survival. Chapter 804. After hearing Xiaolong's words, Xiaoduo was even more confused. Yes, according to what he knew, this was a training space that was about to disappear. How could there be such a super-level item? Of course, Xiaoduo did not know the reason. Or rather, the Flood Witch, who had entered this place once, did not know either. This Crown Prince's Academy was a special space that sealed the chaotic heavenly Tao after the opening of the sky. Back then, the Rock Demon Master lost the opportunity to prove his Tao and had no choice but to find another way. He asked for the help of the 2 Demon Emperors on the condition of being the Demon Master of the Crown Prince. With the help of the 2 Demon Emperors, countless powerful figures of the Demon Clan worked together and separated a piece of the chaotic heavenly Tao. Then, this piece of land became the Rock Demon Master's territory. The Rock Demon Master lived in this place and used the chaotic rules to train himself day and night, hoping to find another way. In the end, the Rock Demon Master succeeded in comprehending the spatial rules. It was all because of the tempering of the chaotic heavenly Tao. Then, the Rock Demon Master used this space to compress the space he lived in and created this Crown Prince's Academy. He used layers of seals to seal the chaotic heavenly Tao. However, it was also because of this Crown Prince's Academy that the Rock Demon Master left. Because the last person to enter the Crown Prince's Academy, the seventh prince, somehow broke into the chaotic heavenly Tao's seal and died inside, along with all the demon generals that accompanied him. The demon empress was furious and pursued the matter. Even though the Rock Demon Master was a demon master, his days became difficult. Later on, he left the demon clan due to some other matters, and his whereabouts were unknown. Of course, this was all in the past. However, one thing was certain, and that was, the Crown Prince's Academy might really collapse, but the chaotic heavenly Tao would not disappear. Once it broke free from this shackle and left the sealed space, there would naturally be new opportunities. However, Xiaoduo did not know this at all. These were things that were far beyond his knowledge. He only felt that something was attracting him. However, he was worried because of Xiaolong's reminder. Could it be that the chaotic heavenly Tao wants the power of fate that I carry? Is it deliberately creating this feeling to lure me over? My lord's what? Doesn't want to get caught here. So Xiaoduo calculated the distance. At this moment, he was about 1,000 miles away from the chaotic dark clouds in the sky. To go or not to go? This was a difficult choice. As far as the eye could see, the dark clouds on the other side changed again. Following the sudden explosion of thunder and lightning, thousands of white lights shuttled back and forth in the sea of clouds, twisting and turning. It was as if huge dragons were fighting each other, and the battle was in full swing. Immediately after, another ball of red light shot up into the sky. That ball of red light was so huge that it looked like a mushroom cloud. So Xiaoduo stared blankly. The intense red light, especially the abundant energy contained within, reminded him of his heart of the ardent sun. If this was Dodds, Xiaoduo took a deep breath. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. It's too dangerous. A gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. It was better not to go. Thus, he turned around and walked back. My lord's would not go to such a dangerous place. Long. That place looks like the heart of the ardent sun. So Xiaoduo muttered casually. Although he had decided not to take the risk, he could not help but feel depressed. Xiaolong, even if you don't answer, I know it must be there. But I don't dare to go. Xiaolong watched as Xiaoduo walked further and further away. Finally, he was relieved. As long as Wood did not go in that direction, he would be fine. There would be no danger. Hearing what Xiao was muttering, he was even more relieved. He replied casually, the heart of the ardent sun is nothing. It's just a mutated jade of astral souls from the Earth's core. It's only useful for you now. In this chaotic space of the heavenly axiom, fate is the resource. There are countless good things inside. Even innate spiritual treasures are not few in number. You only need one to be invincible in this world. The muscles on Zhua Xiaoduo's face twitched. It was an expression of infinite heartache. The heart of the ardent sun is nothing. My liver hurts. The best treasure I have right now is the ardent sun's heart. It's nothing in your mouth. Although he was still walking slowly, his footsteps were getting slower and slower. Suddenly, there was a roar from the top of the mountain in front of him. A huge white tiger suddenly swept across the sky like an aircraft carrier, flying towards the chaotic space of the heavenly axiom filled with dark clouds. Fuck, what's going on? So Xiaoduo's eyes widened. This tiger is much stronger than a king-level beast. It can kill me in one blow. What kind of beast is this? That's a high-level beast above the emperor level. Of course it can kill you in one blow. Xiaolong only glanced at it and said disdainfully, even if it was a beast of this level, it was still meaningless to Xiaolong. Although he couldn't hurt the beast couldn't hurt him either. He couldn't even see it. While they were talking, another huge golden eagle with a wingspan of more than a few hundred meters flew towards the chaotic space of the heavenly axiom. It scattered golden light all over the sky. With a long cry, It flew towards the chaotic space of the heavenly axiom. In front of it, there was a huge eagle and a single-horned serpent. They were all rushing towards the chaotic space of the heavenly axiom. In a flash, there was a roar from the mountain. A huge bear the size of a small mountain rushed out. It ran a few hundred meters with each step. When it passed by Xiaoduo, it was less than 1,000 meters away from him. However, it ignored Xiaoduo. It didn't ask him anything and just rushed past him. Xiaoduo watched from the side, his heart beating fast. However, in addition to his fear, doubts grew in his heart. Long, didn't you say that there was danger over there? Why are all these powerful beasts running in that direction? It's impossible that they didn't sense the danger. Why aren't they avoiding it? Xiaoduo scratched his head and asked. This chaotic space of the heavenly axiom has a limit because it's too chaotic. That is, in the constant strife inside, there will often be some good things falling out of the cracks in the space. These beasts should be going to snatch these things that they like. Didn't you have a similar feeling just now? If I hadn't stopped you, you might have already passed by now. Xiao Long explained patiently. However, after hearing what he said, Xiaoduo suddenly stopped in his tracks. Doesn't that mean that there won't be any danger if we just wait outside? Xiao Long suddenly widened his eyes in confusion. It's true that there won't be any danger if we just wait at the edge. However, I'm afraid that you won't be able to resist going in. Just now, you almost fell into the trap. With your addiction to the world's wealth and treasures, I'm sure you can resist it. Xiaolong, oh Xiaolong, how dare you lie to me? Today's matter isn't over. Xiaoduo turned around and left. These beasts are fine if they go there to pick up the treasures, but will something happen if I go there? Besides, I have the Void Transformation Stone on me. I'm an expert in this kind of sneaky business. I'm an expert in this field. That big bear just now was definitely it. Back then, I wore the Void Transformation Stone and stole the spiritual medicine around it. Didn't I still not discover it? Wherever these powerful beasts are, I'll be there. Can I just sneak around? As long as these powerful beasts are not dangerous, then I shall, who is like a speck of dust, will naturally not be in danger. This is such a simple logic. This is such an obvious opportunity to get rich. 2 sleeves of MT bow. I'm coming, wait for me. Xiao Long was so anxious that his mouth was full of bubbles. Boss, don't go. I beg you. It's really too dangerous over there. You won't be able to withstand it with your small body. Don't worry. I'll just stay nearby. I'm not greedy. I just want to get some benefits. Xiaoduo comforted him. Don't you understand me? Even if it's a treasure comparable to the entire heaven realm, it's not as important as my life to me. Xiaolong felt that this sentence made sense. Boss's fear of death had gone to a considerable extent. His degree of cautiousness was also obvious to all, and he had a good reputation. It shouldn't be a problem to just take a look and get some benefits. Xiao Long followed Xiaoduo anxiously and started to walk towards the mountain in the distance. In just an hour, they reached the foot of the mountain. Under Xiao Long's guidance, Xiaoduo hung the Void Transformation Stone in front of his chest. He also tied the small piece of multicolored stone with a rope and hung it around his neck. It was tightly attached to his chest to replenish his vitality at all times, in case of any sudden danger. Then, like a huge lizard, it climbed up silently. Its cautiousness was much greater than when it was plotting against the centipede queen. So Xiaoduo climbed about 4,000 meters. Suddenly, he saw a space ring in a crack of a rock. It was connected to half a broken finger. Although the blood had dried up, it didn't seem to have been there for long. So Xiaoduo took it out and looked at it. It took him a little time to break the seal. After checking it, he couldn't help but sigh. This was a relic left behind by a student of Yunduan High School. There is also the school emblem of Yunduan High School inside. It seems that I'm not the first person to find this place. So Xiaoduo thought to himself. At the same time, he became even more vigilant and cautious. As he continued to climb, he saw endless bloodstains as far as the eye could see. There were bits and pieces of all sorts of things. Some tattered pieces of cloth were blown up and down by the wind. There were clothes from the Umno Alliance and the Tao League. There were also pieces of clothes from the astral souls. Looks like there really were quite a few geniuses who came here to train, but on their way up the mountain, they were killed by demonic beasts. Thinking of this, Duo increased his vigilance. He was almost always on his guard and was very careful. Rumble. Kachacha. A thunderous rumble suddenly erupted from the dark clouds thousands of meters above their heads. The rumbling was deafening. Duo's whole body was pressed against the cliff, but he couldn't help but look up in the direction of the sound. He saw that in the dark clouds, there was a sudden flash of lightning. It was like a chaotic storm of smoke and dust. And in the storm of smoke and dust, there was a sudden flash of golden light. That was a total of 12 huge golden lotuses blooming in the boundless chaos. The golden light spots suddenly scattered all over the sky. Chapter 805. Against the huge golden lotus, there were 12 other equally huge lotuses, but their color was as dark as the starry sky, and they collided with each other. The black light and the golden light, after the extreme collision, exploded and scattered in all directions. At this moment, the lightning connected the sky and the earth, forming a complete area of hundreds of kilometers. Xiaoduo's eyes instantly felt an inexplicable soreness as tears flowed down. But then he opened his eyes wide. Regardless of his sore eyes, he saw that in the clouds high up in the sky, there were pieces of golden and black light spots falling down, floating in the air, that they really fell down. They fell down. Xiaoduo roared in his heart, but then his body stiffened. Countless powerful demonic beasts burst out from the mountain, biting and tearing at each other. They fought in the most ferocious and extreme way, driving each other away. Then, they used their own bodies to touch the light spots as much as possible. The first one to bear the brunt was the golden eagle. It touched 2 golden light spots, and then it couldn't help but cry to the sky. Screech! The golden light on his body suddenly surged, and his body, which was already quite huge, began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had already expanded to twice his original size. When it spread its wings, it was already 1,000 meters wide. It really covered the sky and covered the earth. Then, another giant bear appeared in the air and charged into the black light spots. It roared at the sky, and its body also gradually grew bigger. Its aura was also increasing rapidly. It roared to the sky and beat its thick chest continuously. However, at this moment, suddenly, from the top of the mountain, dozens of huge streamers rushed down and went straight to the giant bear. The golden eagle was shocked. It flapped its wings and flew up quickly, and its speed was indescribable. But the giant bear was too big a target, and its movement was relatively clumsy. Dozens of powerful demonic beasts pounced on it from several directions. A series of furious roars, and the two sides used all their strength to fight desperately. However, even though the giant bear's strength increased greatly after touching the light spots of the Black Lotus, and its body became bigger, it was still outnumbered. In less than 100 breaths, the giant bear's huge body was torn apart by many opponents, and its skin, flesh, and bones were eaten by dozens of demonic beasts. Only a few bones were left, and they rolled down from the mountain. In the sky, there were countless powerful demonic beasts fighting for the golden light spots and the black light spots. Those who had eaten wanted to leave, but they were immediately besieged by those who didn't. In a short time, a few huge demonic beasts were besieged, and they were eaten by the demonic beasts. The smell of blood filled the sky, and it spread everywhere. Xiaoduo felt cold all over his body. That giant bear, with just a slap of its paw, sent him flying for dozens of miles now. It, whose strength had increased exponentially, was being eaten by other demonic beasts right in front of him. Eaten. The individual strength of these demonic beasts was too strong. The most important thing was that Xiaoduo saw clearly that the golden light spots and the black light spots were only scattered bits of the original. Most of them didn't escape, and they returned to the chaotic space of the heavenly way inside. Those that could flow out through these little cracks were probably only 1 in 10,000, or even less. But just this little bit, this little bit, this little bit, this little bit had already caused the demonic beast to undergo earth-shattering changes. What kind of treasure is this? So Xiaoduo grimaced and whispered to Xiaolong, "Those 2 lotuses? How would I know?" Xiaolong's eyes were also drooling, but he tried hard to control himself. "But it's definitely something good. I'm afraid it's not inferior to an innate spiritual treasure." "Fuck, you didn't say that." So Xiaoduo snorted disdainfully. "So you're also a country bumpkin who doesn't know anything." With the disappearance of the golden light spots and the black light spots, the whole mountain regained its peace. But not long after, Xiaoduo had only climbed 500 meters silently. Suddenly, there was another explosion in the sky. It was still the same situation as before. The dark clouds within thousands of miles were all lit up like giant light bulbs. In the chaotic space, a green vine was waving, whipping the land within thousands of miles. On the vine, there were green leaves, and at the top, there was a small gourd. It was blurry and couldn't be seen clearly. This time, it was unknown what it was whipping. After a few seconds, the world returned to darkness and peace. But this time, nothing dropped. The demonic beasts waited motionlessly and expectantly. Pairs of incomparably huge eyes were focused on the sky. Even the demonic beasts that had climbed to the highest point were still thousands of meters away from the chaotic space at the top of the mountain. They didn't dare to approach. In such a peaceful moment, Xiaoduo even saw the demonic beasts changing their positions, while the other demonic beasts completely ignored them. Even if other demonic beasts stepped on their bodies or walked over their heads, they still didn't move. At most, they would roar impatiently, but they wouldn't really make a move. Obviously, all the demonic beasts were conserving their strength and concentrating, waiting for the next eruption of opportunity. All the demonic beasts were worried that if they fought with other demonic beasts at this time and the light spots suddenly erupted, they wouldn't be able to catch up and miss the opportunity. This was not an if, but a fact. If 2 demonic beasts fought now, and the light spots erupted at the right time, they would definitely not be able to catch up with the eruption. They would only be taken advantage of by other demonic beasts. At such a critical moment, no one wanted to do such a stupid thing. So Xiaoduo's body moved like a snake as he silently climbed up the mountain. The mountain range was very big, and the route Xiaoduo chose was the steepest and most difficult to climb. His whole body was completely integrated with the mountain rocks, and no aura leaked out. The heaven-defying effect of the Void Transformation Stone was perfectly and directly displayed here. Climbing up further, there was a huge platform, surrounded by traces of battle. At first glance, it was obvious that it was caused by demonic beasts. So Xiaoduo hid under a big rock below the platform, only revealing 2 sneaky eyes. In the sky, there were many strange phenomena. One moment, black clouds rolled over, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. The next moment, white clouds soared into the sky and fought with the black clouds. The next moment, there were flashes of lightning in all directions. The next moment, there were flashes of golden light. And the next moment, there were red clouds like a volcanic eruption. There were all kinds of spectacular phenomena, and there were all kinds of images of precious treasures. So Xiaoduo was dazzled by them, and he couldn't wait to hug them all in his arms. But he also knew that it was just his imagination, and it was simply unrealistic. Just the aftershocks of these precious treasures were enough to kill him thousands of times over. Great, this is too awesome. It's too tempting, but I'm too weak. I can't even get one of the treasures in the mountain. So Xiaoduo was very depressed. This was a real mountain of treasures in front of him. The whole mountain range was full of treasures. As long as he could get one of them, he would be rich for the rest of his life. However, he couldn't even get a single one of them. He couldn't even get a tiny bit of it. This made Xiaoduo, the miser, feel as if his heart was being fried in a pan of oil. This uncomfortable feeling, needless to say, was not something that could be described with words. There was another explosion, but this time there were green light spots falling down. On the top of the mountain, more than thousands of demonic beasts were shaking together. A hurricane was blowing, and its momentum was shaking the sky and the earth. It was a disaster. So Xiaoduo was hanging on the cliff, almost suffocated by the demonic beast's astonishing momentum. He was almost crushed into a meat patty. I can't even deal with one of these demonic beasts. Damn it. I don't even dare to go out and grab a light spot. I'll die if I go out. What did I come here for? Is it just for the sake of coveting? Why do I have to suffer like this? Xiaoduo was speechless to the extreme. His whole body was sore, as if he was being run over by a truck that weighed dozens of tons or being raped by hundreds of burly men. Xiaolong had already escaped by now. In fact, when Xiaoduo was still climbing halfway up the mountain, Xiaolong had already run away. If he continued to climb, even if he was at the same height as Xiaoduo, with the characteristics of his body of providence, he would be absorbed by the chaotic heavenly axiom and disappear in an instant. Therefore, Xiaoduo simply let Xiaolong go down to collect the earth veins. If Xiaolong was here, Xiaoduo would not be so uncomfortable. But now that Xiaolong was not here, Xiaoduo was lonely and uncomfortable, and he did not dare to make the slightest move. There was no need to mention this feeling. It was also indescribable and indescribable. Suddenly, two shrill screams came from the bottom of the mountain and the middle of the mountain. Obviously, geniuses who came in for the trial found this place. However, they did not have the heaven-defying skills of Xiaoduo. They were almost eaten by the demonic beasts as soon as they arrived. It was as if they were delivering food. This is simply. Xiaoduo racked his brains to think of a solution, but there was nothing he could do. Finally, when the demonic beasts erupted again, he quietly dug a hole under the stone and stuffed his body in, leaving only his head outside. He looked at the demonic beasts outside, quietly drooling. I'm really out of my mind this time. It's useless to come here. Xiaoduo sighed. There are too many demonic beasts. If there were only one or two, I could try to sneak in and take advantage of them. But in this situation, even if there were 100 more void transformation stones, it would be useless. They can only hide one's breath, but not one's body. Even if he doesn't have any aura, the demonic beasts aren't blind to the fact that there's such a big living person in the air. By then, my fragrance with Xiaoduo will become a stinky poop. Why don't I have a stone that can make me invisible? Xiaoduo looked at him anxiously. Slowly, he felt that something was wrong. Chapter 806. The commotion in the air gradually subsided. Some of the monsters on the top of the mountain suddenly roared and activated their mental strength to shake the void. The meaning behind his words was simple and clear. Xiaoduo heard it clearly and understood everything. Get lost! Get lost! Get lost! The opportunity in the crack has ended. Get lost! As the monsters on the top of the mountain roared crazily, the monsters on the bottom of the mountain scattered instantly. The monsters on the top of the mountain, where Xiaoduo was standing, were all monsters at the Demon King level. Many of them left immediately after the roar, but there were still some monsters who refused to leave. Then the monsters on the top of the mountain rushed down, roaring crazily and fighting. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. With a bang, an inner core the size of a goose egg flew into the cave, where Xiaoduo was hiding. Xiaoduo grabbed the inner core, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. His heart was full of bitterness. This was the inner core of a monster at the Demon King level. It should be a good thing. But now I've come here after so much effort. Compared to the good things here, the inner core of a Demon King is insignificant. It's just a speck of dust. It's better not to have it. So Xiaoduo cursed angrily in his heart. He put the inner core into the space ring with a flip of his hand. Damn it. Even a speck of dust is better than nothing. Not only was the mosquito's leg meat, but so was the mantis's leg. Then he buried his head in the cave again. But a moment later, a monster flew past here. It seemed to be looking for the inner core that had just been sent flying. But it didn't smell anything and flew down to the bottom of the cliff to look for it. So Xiaoduo didn't dare to show his face again for a long time. He deeply felt that this trip was really stupid. I'd better just leave after a while. I don't even dare to move now. How can I snatch the treasure? However, the feeling of waiting was still unpleasant. It was truly indescribable and could not be described with words. Damn. In just one day, no, in just a short period of time, I personally felt three kinds of negative emotions that couldn't be described with words. This was truly a day of great sorrow for anyone. However, at this moment, Zwishaoduo's gaze suddenly stopped. In front of him, there seemed to be some special marks on the mountain wall that he had just dug out. It actually looked like handwriting. Handwriting. Zwishaoduo was shocked. It was said that no one had come here for tens of thousands of years. So how could there be any writing left behind? What's more, I happened to be digging a hole here to hide, and there were actually traces of words left behind. Isn't this too ridiculous? He tried to dig at it with his finger, and it went in immediately. The place he touched was actually very soft and slippery. Holy shit, what the hell is this? Zwishaoduo was bewildered. But with the strange phenomenon in front of him, if he didn't do anything, he would be letting down this fortuitous encounter. So Zwishaoduo followed the small hole and dug all the way down. About half a minute later, he suddenly felt that his finger seemed to have touched something hard. He felt for a moment. It looked like a sword hilt or a saber hilt. Zwishaoduo became more and more puzzled. How could there be such a thing here? He tried to pull it out, but found that he could not. This thing seemed to be inserted into the mountain at an angle. Zwishaoduo changed to using elemental energy to slowly erode the surrounding mountain. After more than 10 minutes, he finally dug out the thing inside. When the object was in his hand, Zwishaoduo looked at it carefully and found that it was a very ancient-looking, thin, long sword. Well, in terms of shape, rather than a sword, it was more like a roundel. Its entire body was dark red. Other than that, he could not find any other trace of it. However, this sword was definitely not an ordinary item. As soon as Zwishaoduo touched it, he could already feel an endless demonic aura emanating from it. An abundant demonic aura was rising and dense. This demonic aura was vast and majestic. It was far purer than the demonic aura of the demonic beasts on the mountain peak. Zwishaoduo looked at it carefully again. The tip of this sword was pointed downwards, and it was inserted into the belly of the mountain. Reflecting on this angle, it should have come down from a high altitude. Following this angle, Zwishaoduo mustered up his courage and looked up. He saw that the sword was inserted in the opposite direction of the chaotic space of heavenly Tao above his head. What was more, it was almost at the position where the light spots had just dissipated. Maybe it was because this sword flew out from there that those light spots could float out from the Shao-shaped hole. So, it's not that the seal has loosened or anything like that. It's just because this sword shot out from the chaotic space of the heavenly Tao. That's why there's such a small crack. Zwishaoduo thought about it and felt that his speculation was not far from the truth. It was the most suitable for the current situation. Then, he became more and more inexplicably shocked. What kind of power and what level of power is needed to directly penetrate this sword from the chaotic space of heavenly Tao and then insert it so deeply into this mountain? Zwishaoduo guessed correctly. This sword really did fly out from the chaotic space of heavenly Tao, and it was indeed inserted deeply into the belly of the mountain. However, as the demonic beasts continued to fight and fight, half of the mountain was almost destroyed. This was why Zwishaoduo coincidentally found this sword. Zwishaoduo held this mysterious sword and carefully touched it, repeatedly playing with it. This sword was at most 2.5 feet long. The oval-shaped body of the sword was covered with blood grooves. It was extremely sharp, and the tip of the sword was so sharp that Zwishaoduo felt frightened just by looking at it. The hilt of the sword was in the shape of a strange demon. It had a human head and a snake body, and it coiled around to form the hilt of the sword. Zwishaoduo tried to hold the hilt of the sword. In an instant, he felt as if the sword was about to stick to his palm. No matter who held this sword, they would feel that this sword was very comfortable to hold. This sword is really a good one. After repeatedly playing with it, Zwishaoduo gradually felt that he could not bear to put it down. This sword, only the tip of the sword still showed its original sharpness and shine. The other parts of the sword had already changed color. This was not the metal itself changing color due to the passage of time, but the accumulation of murderous aura due to too many killings. Xiao Duo speculated that for a weapon to reach such a level of precipitation, the number of high-level martial artists it had to kill must reach a terrifying number. Admiring it in his hand for a while, based on his martial artist's instinct, he slowly penetrated the sword with his divine spirit. But just as his divine spirit entered the long sword, clang, clang, two sword sounds filled with murderous aura suddenly rang out. The murderous aura among them, with a peerless momentum, soared into the sky. This was the true meaning of the sword, chi soaring into the sky. Xiao was instantly scared out of his wits. My life is over. There are so many powerful demonic beasts here. But he did not know that the moment the sword sounds rang out and the murderous aura soared, all the demonic beasts on the entire mountain, no matter what they were doing, all knelt down neatly on the ground. Among them, several powerful emperor-level demonic beasts were already dripping with blood. They were so scared that they wet their pants. All of them whimpered and begged for mercy in a low voice, that it seemed that they had encountered a huge and unimaginable threat. They could not resist at all, and they did not even have the thought of resisting. So Xiao Duo, who was originally dumbstruck on the spot, had his consciousness firmly attracted by a scene. It was an extremely chaotic environment. The surroundings were full of colorful rings of light, which were like tunnels. On the other side, there was a destruction formed by a terrifying whirlwind. There were 40 or 50 demonic beasts, all pale and covered in blood, surrounding a young man in white. All of them looked like defeated soldiers with no way out. The young man in white had a weak appearance. His face was pale, but his face was very handsome. He sat upright on a rock. Even though he was seriously injured, his body was still surrounded by an awe-inspiring aura, as if he was in control of the world and could overturn the universe. It circulated naturally. What he was holding in his hand was none other than the odd-shaped spirit sword that he was currently holding. The young man in white was seriously injured. His words were intermittent, but the divine light in his eyes was getting redder and brighter. There is a traitor who sneaked into the team and led me to the chaotic place of the heavenly Tao. 300 brothers have been killed in the chaotic heavenly Tao. Today's situation is a matter of life and death. I only hope that Lord Kunpeng can save us in time. With the Huang sword as the basis, Di Kun, please die. My chance of survival is in your hands. Then the young man in white suddenly stood up and suddenly spat a mouthful of fiery red blood on the sword. He shouted sternly, "If I don't die today, I will rule the demonic beast court in the future. I will sweep the 3,000 worlds and repay my brother's kindness. Go!" With a loud roar, the long sword was about to be thrown out of his hand. At this moment, black light suddenly flickered. It was emitted from the dozen or so demons beside the young man in white and merged into the sword. "Brothers, please. Your Highness, take care." The 13 demons fused their remaining essence energy into the spiritual sword. Their bodies immediately collapsed and fell apart. The sword immediately turned into an earth-shattering stream of light and sped away. Then he heard the young man in white shouting, You, don't." Then he could not hear anything. As far as his eyes could see, the sword was mixed with an indestructible power. It rushed out of the chaotic space and pierced through the layers of barriers. However, at the last moment, just as it was about to penetrate the chaotic space of the heavenly Tao, when it passed by a green vine, a white hand suddenly appeared from the void. A finger gently touched the sword. On the sword body, a black gas burst out, and a red light suddenly flashed, colliding with the white finger. The black light dissipated, and the red light disintegrated. A soft sound of dissipated in the air. However, that gentle touch still had an effect. It caused the tip of the sword to change its direction slightly and shoot toward a certain direction. The finger disappeared, accompanied by a soft sigh. Meat. I caught a cold. My whole body is cold. The most unfortunate thing is that I've been writing the biggest plot of the entire book these 2 days. No matter what, I can't explode today. Brothers, please understand. Chapter 807. The tip of the sword violently rushed towards the seal of the chaotic space of the heavenly Tao. As if it was cutting oil paper, it spun rapidly and tore open a hole. The moment the hole was torn open, it began to burn. Then, the sword turned into a stream of light, and with the power to destroy the 9 heavens and 10 earths, it plunged straight down. Xiaoduo only felt pain in front of his eyes. The last image stopped at the sword piercing into the mountain, and then disappeared in a flash, without a trace. Xiaoduo only felt cold sweat all over his body. What was this image? Was this, in the chaotic space of the heavenly Tao, His Highness the Crown Prince? What is Highness the Crown Prince? It seemed that this sword originally had a clear target, but because of that finger, it changed direction. It ended up here, just as he was thinking to himself. Suddenly, a thick black gas appeared from the body of the spiritual sword in front of him, and a huge amount of demonic aura dispersed bit by bit. Bit by bit, the soul imprints that seemed real and illusory appeared one by one on the sword. Faces also appeared, but they were all illusory. They had weakened to a certain extent and were about to completely disappear and looked like they would not survive for long. Looking at their faces, it was the 13 demons beside the white-clothed crown prince in the image just now. It was also them that the moment the sword flew out of the white-clothed crown prince's hand, their bodies suddenly collapsed and merged into the sword. But at this moment, they were all like candles in the wind, and their souls were so weak that they would be extinguished with a touch. One of them sighed and said, "Too weak, really too weak, and will not be able to continue. Perform the soul combustion fusion. We have to send a message out." Okay, then let's perform the soul combustion fusion. North and south 13 stars. Burn your souls immediately and gather Dubhi. That weak soul gave the order. Then, the soul that gave the order and the other 11 did not have any objections. At the same time, their souls burned and instantly turned into spots of light, which turned into pure energy and merged into the last soul body that looked stronger. Dubhi, the crown prince, is yours. You must. Before he finished speaking, the light spots had already merged into the soul. They didn't even have the time to look at each other, nor did they see what kind of environment they were in. This was because too much time had passed, and they were too weak. If there was even a slight delay, it would really be difficult for them to continue, and even this last glimmer of hope would be lost. The last surviving soul had a sorrowful expression on its face, but its body and face were clearly clearer than before. Only then did his eyes focus on Zhua Xiaoduo's face. He asked, "Who are you? Where is the demon master? Where is my lord?" Zhua Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. What? What demon master? Tian Shu was stunned. Looking at Zhua Xiaoduo, despair slowly crept onto his face. You're a human? You're a human? But why would a human appear in the territory of our demon race? Zhua Xiaoduo looked aggrieved. How would I know? You demons have disappeared from this continent for hundreds of thousands of years. Disappeared for more than 100,000 years. Tian Shu was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. More than 100,000 years? Is it really more than 100,000 years? Tian Shu murmured. His originally illusory body started to sway even more. All of them were already seriously injured. Later on, they used the method of completely burning their souls to attach themselves to the swords as a precaution. However, halfway through, they really encountered an interception. Even though they desperately erupted with all their soul strength and barely managed to prevent their sword from being intercepted, from that moment on, they were already like lamps that had run out of oil. After going through the mountain, they attached themselves to the sword and completely fell into a deep sleep, waiting for someone to wake them up with their divine souls. However, over the long years, they were slowly worn down. Finally, today, when the sword fell into Zhua Xiaoduo's hands, the 13 souls were on the verge of collapse. We know, perhaps it's been a long time, but we didn't expect. More than 100,000 years have passed. Tian Shu's illusory body shook. The demons have disappeared for so long. What happened? Where is His Majesty Dongwang? His Majesty the Demon King? Where are they? Faced with these questions, Zhou Xiaoduo could only shake his head. He really didn't know, and he didn't know how to answer. He really didn't know anything. Tian Shu heaved a long sigh, extremely disappointed. But now, there was no other choice. He said painfully, "In that case, it's you." "Me? Me what?" Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. "What can I do with my insignificant cultivation?" "You, go in and save our crown prince." Tian Shu stared at Zhou Xiaoduo, commanding him in a condescending manner. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. No, how can I go in? What's my cultivation? That's a chaotic space. Under the heavenly way, only the strongest can enter. How can I go in? Not to mention, I have the heavenly way's luck. If I go in, I'll be torn apart. Besides, it's been more than 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years. Your crown prince is probably long gone. Then you'll die in there. Tian Shu's power was already dissipating. He knew that even though his brothers had merged all their remaining power into his body, there was still not much room left. He didn't have much time left. If you have a chance to come out, remember the direction where the sword flew out. Please, if you die, I'm sorry. Don't. Think about it again. Look, there are so many demons on the mountain. They're all very powerful demons. Zhou Xiaoduo instinctively felt that something was wrong. He desperately wanted to shift the blame. Look at the golden eagle. That horn. It's very powerful, even more powerful than me. And it's a demon. But Tian Shu ignored him. At this moment, there was no time and no interest in talking nonsense with him. As for those demons, humph, how can they be called demons when they don't even have spiritual intelligence? Anyway, it's you. All of a sudden, Sky Pivot's soul began to expand rapidly, transforming into a towering giant. At this moment, he used all the energy that his brothers had passed on to him. He grabbed the strange, spiritual sword and stabbed Zhou Xiaoduo's finger with the tip of the sword. Zhou Xiaoduo only felt that his blood was crazily rushing into the sword, as if it was being pumped by a pump. No, Zhou Xiaoduo begged. This will suck me dry. This is too fierce. Being grabbed by Sky Pivot's soul, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't have any strength to resist at all. He felt like a little chick being grabbed by an adult golden eagle. His whole body was in pain. Be gentler. Pain. Ow, wow. Tian Shu suddenly exclaimed and grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo's clothes on his chest. When he saw the multicolored stone inside, his eyes shone brightly. It's the heaven-mending stone of Empress Hua. No wonder. Hua Huang's sword, heaven-mending stone. This is fate. It's destined. It's supposed to be you. It's supposed to be you. At this moment, Tian Shu's eyes were full of joy. Although he wasn't sure, the heaven-mending stone of Empress Hua and the Hua Huang sword suddenly appeared at the same time. This was a kind of omen. This greatly boosted Tian Shu's confidence. Zhou Xiaoduo's blood kept flowing into the long sword, and the heaven-mending stone kept providing him with vitality. He didn't need to worry about dying from blood loss. Finally, the long sword stopped absorbing. The sword flashed and shone brightly. Zhou Xiaoduo found that his right hand was firmly holding the sword. Tian Shu shouted, and his whole body exploded instantly, turning into a whirlwind. He really couldn't wait any longer. If he waited any longer, his soul power could only passively dissipate. Go, Your Highness, I wish you peace. Boy, if you don't want to die, use all your strength to cooperate. Otherwise, you will die in the heavenly law space turbulence. Use all your strength. Use all your strength. Swing the sword. Go. The last bit of his soul power turned into a black whirlwind, rolling up the long sword in Zhou Xiaoduo as it soared up into the sky. Its target was the small opening that the sword of Empress Hua had made. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo could only passively cooperate. He unleashed all of his strength and fiercely swung his sword. He had to cooperate. That Tian Shu was obviously a lunatic who was about to die. He was in his prime. He didn't want to die. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo really didn't have any other ideas. He could only fight for it, because even if he didn't fight for it, this guy would still use him to fight for it. He would still throw him in that if he died in there, because he didn't cooperate. So Xiaoduo wouldn't be able to cry even if he wanted to. He had to work hard. The sword light rushed to the sky, followed by the lingering black gas. After Xiaoduo and his sword merged into the black light, Tian Shu had completely disappeared. Only the last of his pure strength was left. He carried Xiaoduo and drove the Huahuang sword straight to the sky. Xiaoduo only felt that his current speed had already surpassed the highest speed that he had ever been able to display. It was even faster than the highest speed that he had ever seen, although he had never seen the speed of a rocket. But Xiaoduo estimated that he was now many times faster than the so-called rocket. It could be seen from one point. As soon as he took off, all his clothes were completely torn apart by the high-altitude hurricane. His entire body was naked and clean as he rushed straight up into the sky. Initially, he wanted to tease him by saying, "That's awesome." But now, his second brother felt as if he was being madly dragged down by someone. Although he was in the sky, that feeling was really not wonderful. It was really hard to describe with words. It turns out that my second brother is actually a burden when he is too fast. Xiaoduo thought to himself. For his second brother's safety, Xiaoduo immediately performed the shrinking manhood technique to protect his second brother tightly. Sure enough, there was no longer the feeling of being dragged down. The strong pulling feeling also disappeared, and the flight was extraordinarily smooth. Xiaoduo suddenly realized, so that's how it is. I was wondering why girls are stronger than boys when it comes to Qigong. Now I finally found the reason. I've solved an eternal mystery. Chapter 808. The speed was getting faster and faster. Xiaoduo's hair was crazily rushing backward and was even pulled out strand by strand at a high speed. The hair on his forehead and the top of his head were gone once again. Only the hair behind his ears and the back of his head were left. Masters would now look like a balding middle-aged web literature god. Yueguan, not Ryuguan. The top of his head was bald, and there was a circle of hair below. He was filled with the aura of a hooligan. In short, he was a hooligan. He stood out from the crowd and could do what others couldn't. With a light swoosh, the black beam that carried Xiaoduo plunged into the hole created by the sword of Empress Nvy years ago, flying back along the same path as before. When it drilled into the hole, its path was slightly twisted. It flew past a green vine that covered the sky and earth. After a slight turn, it returned to its original path. It meant that the flight path of Sword of Emperor Nvy was exactly the same as the one when it was disturbed by someone when it came out of this place. At this moment, the black light on the sword was almost undetectable. It finally dissipated completely. A sigh drifted in the wind. Tell the Crown Prince to be careful of the West. The sky pivot that he had waited for hundreds of thousands of years finally disappeared completely. There was no trace of it. He had wanted to see the Crown Prince one last time with his last bit of soul. However, he couldn't even fulfill this wish. The last voice was neither sad nor happy. There was only a hint of regret. Xiaoduo's momentum was still there. He was still rushing forward like a rocket. Finally, he reached a certain space. With a bang, the sword in his hand fell to the ground. Xiaoduo's body rolled out. With a bang, he crashed into a stone pillar made of an unknown material. With a bang, a 3-centimeter-long bump appeared on his forehead. Xiaoduo turned into a unicorn in an instant. If there were any acquaintances nearby, they would definitely give him a new nickname. Unicorn Dog. Oh. Xiaoduo held his forehead. It was so painful that tears welled up in his eyes. When his soul calmed down and he turned around, he saw that this place was a desolate place. There was nothing but desolation in front and behind him. There were a few sparkling white bones to his left. Those were the bones left behind by the demon clan in the past. Those bones were sparkling and translucent. Even though so many years had passed, the body of the almighty back then had already been cultivated to an indestructible state. Even after so many years in the chaotic space of Heaven's Way, their last traces were still not erased. Xiaoduo subconsciously reached out and took out a shiny white bone. Feeling the soaring demonic qi contained within it, he couldn't help but sigh. Hundreds of thousands of years. If they were ordinary bones, they would have rotted in a few years. However, the bones of these experts were still so tough even after hundreds of thousands of years. They could even be used as weapons. Demonic qi soared into the sky, enough to annihilate all living things. They were dead after all. As for what Xiaoduo saw, the place where the white-robed demon clan crown prince had been sitting had been blown into a big, smooth rock by the strong wind. When he touched it, he even felt that it was too slippery to hold back. Spiritual qi was overflowing in all directions. Looking at this rock, he seemed to see the white-robed crown prince again. He waved his sword and broke open the chaotic space. The rock was still there, but the white-robed youth was nowhere to be seen. It seems to be something good. So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. He didn't care about the demon clan crown prince at all. Whether he did or didn't, he never took it to heart. He just saw this rock. In this place, even if it was a rock, something that hadn't been destroyed after hundreds of thousands of years in the chaotic space, was an incredible treasure. So Xiaoduo simply collected the rock and the bones left behind by the demon clan and put them all into his space ring. Even the stone that almost smashed his head when he first came in was put away without any trace of politeness. These are all good things. If possible, I really want to collect the air and wind in this space. Unfortunately, I can't do that. As for finding and saving the white-robed demon clan crown prince, Xiaoduo didn't have any hope at all. Not to mention that the demon clan crown prince in the image was already seriously injured. After hundreds of thousands of years, how could he still be alive? What if it was a joke? The reason why the great demon was so insistent was probably because he wanted to complete his last mission. But since you sent me to this relatively safe space, I won't waste your kindness and loyalty. I'll do my best to collect as many things as I can before I leave. Is the ground under my feet made of dirt? I wonder what kind of dirt it is. So Xiaoduo thought, if it's useless, I can throw it away when I get out. But if it's useful, I won't be able to come back in the future. So he took out the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel and shoveled it into the ground. With a bang, Xiaoduo was rebounded by the force of the shovel. The heavenly witchcraft copper shovel that he had used to dig countless times was almost broken. Fuck, is it so hard? Xiaoduo squatted down to examine it carefully. The ground under his feet was neither gold nor jade. It was a strange texture that he had never seen before. Xiaoduo was excited. He took out the Huahuang sword that he had just obtained. He filled the sword with his primordial qi and slashed it down. Instantly, a big hole was made. It could be dug with this thing. Xiaoduo was overjoyed to see this. He dug down in one breath and threw large chunks of wondrous creatures into the void, extinguishing pagoda. However, after digging down for about 70 to 80 feet, there were only ordinary soil and stones below. Xiaoduo was more and more certain that this object was not ordinary. He continued to dig, sweating profusely. He dug up hundreds of square meters in a row. Of course, each of these hundreds of square meters was more than 10 square meters that, when Xiaoduo wanted to dig more, he realized that the Huahuang sword was not cooperating. It was humming loudly, full of grievance. What the hell is this thing? You're using me to dig. Do you have any moral integrity or respect? I'm being resisted. Thinking that he would have to use this sword to fly out later, Xiaoduo did not dare to lose his temper. I'll deal with you when I get out. I'll deal with you when I need you today. The Huahuang sword flew lightly in the air and quietly landed about 1,000 meters away, in the middle of a few big rocks that were neither gold nor jade. On this side, the chaotic storm unique to this place was already very strong. Xiaoduo walked over carefully. He could not help but be amused after carefully identifying them. He said, "There are so many here. What kind of rocks are these? How can they be so hard? Even after being tempered by storms for so many years, they are not weathered. How annoying. Take them away." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He collected the 5 big rocks into the Tower of Annihilation. The Wahuang sword hummed loudly. It's all because of that Wester bastard's finger that intercepted me halfway. I haven't recovered yet, and can't communicate with this guy. And this guy with a low cultivation level can't resonate with me, because his cultivation level is not high enough. It's really troublesome. Did I ask you to collect these eternal starry sky stones? I asked you to look at something else, okay? After Xiaoduo collected the 5 rocks, he realized that the bottom of the rocks seemed to be much softer than other places between the 5 rocks. It seemed to be very different from other places. It was as if an eagle on a cliff had made a simple nest. Xiao was mind raced. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. Is there something good here? Xiaoduo came to this place by chance. It was extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators to reach. He could not wait to remove all the air here. How could he let go of such an opportunity? He immediately started digging. Since the sword was not allowed to be used for work, and the texture of this place felt soft, he might as well use the Heavenly Witchcraft Copper Shovel to try. As a result, he used the Heavenly Witchcraft Copper Shovel to test the water. It dug down 3 feet. So soft. Xiaoduo was shocked. He continued digging with the shovel and turned it over. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. He dug out 6 eggs with 1 shovel. 6 eggs the size of goose eggs. Xiaoduo was even more surprised. How could there be eggs laid by animals in this place? And they were hidden so well? What kind of explanation is this? Could it be the eggs of a divine beast? The more Xiaoduo thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He carefully picked up the eggs and made a nest with the soft cotton cloth. He then merged them into the space-destroying tower, as if he was serving his great-grandmother. I hope these are the eggs of a divine beast. Xiaoduo swallowed his saliva. 1 for Dad, 1 for Mom, 2 for Yin Yin and the cat, and 2 for me. In the future, when our family goes out, we will all have divine beasts following us. Waha! 6. 6 divine beast eggs. They must be divine beasts. Xiaoduo was a little nervous. Xiaoduo had his own considerations. How could ordinary demonic beasts come to such a dangerous place? They would die before they could even get close. To be able to survive in this place and even lay eggs, how could they be ordinary? If that's the case, what kind of eggs could they be? Divine eggs? Wahada, after putting away the 6 eggs, Xiaoduo's cautious heart rose again as he planned to retreat. After all, since the divine beast had laid eggs here, how could he just leave it be? With his small arms and legs, if the divine beast came back, he would probably be blown to death by a breath. Please don't come back. Please don't come back. As he muttered, he held the Wahuang's sword and looked around vigilantly. In front of him, there seemed to be a green leaf swaying. Xiaoduo carefully took a step in that direction. When he reached the edge of the open space, he took out the thigh bone of a demonic beast from the space ring and stretched it out with trembling hands. Whoosh. A gust of wind blew past, and the hard thigh bone of the demonic beast was instantly turned into powder. Fuck! Xiaoduo shuddered. Chapter 809. This was simply too fucking dangerous. The first half of the bone club in his hand had turned into powder, and the remaining half was still slowly melting. With a bang, Xiaoduo threw it on the ground. His whole body was cold, and his face was pale. This is too dangerous. This is too dangerous. The power of this wind was actually so terrifying. Walking back along the path, except for this open space, no matter which direction he went, he was surrounded by the wind of destruction. There was no escape. No matter which direction he went, a gust of wind would blow over and incinerate everything in an instant. After a few probing attempts, Xiaoduo was in despair. There was clearly a sparkling green plant over there. Furthermore, it was swaying with flowers blooming on it. It was swaying just like that. How could there be anything ordinary growing in such a place? It was clear that he could get it if he walked another 10 meters. But because of the wind of destruction, he couldn't go any further. And on the other side, there was only one big leaf. What the hell was that? But that big leaf was swaying back and forth in the wind of destruction, as if it was wandering in the breeze. If he could get it, he might be able to avoid the threat of the wind of destruction. For this big leaf, Xiaoduo lost a good weapon. It was the best weapon among the spoils of war. Although it was not as good as the cat's spirit sword, it was still a good weapon. So Xiaoduo used all his strength and threw it out with the hidden weapon whirlpool technique, hoping to use the whirlpool to bring back the big leaf. In the end, that treasured saber, which could be called a divine weapon, turned into pieces of iron before it reached its target and became dust in the sky. This won't work. This wind of destruction is too overbearing. So Xiaoduo was extremely depressed. Did I come in this time just to move these few stones? No, it was not a matter of a few stones now. Because, after Xiaoduo took away all the stones, he probed a few times. The safe space where he was standing seemed to be gradually becoming unsafe. The destructive wind in the surroundings actually began to compress towards the center. Furthermore, as time passed, the rate at which this safe zone was being nibbled away grew faster and faster. The reason why he was safe was because of the eternal stones around him. Now, the eternal stones were taken away by Xiaoduo. It's absolutely impossible to put the stone back. It was impossible for Xiaoduo to give away something that was already in his hands. Xiaoduo would never believe that the stone, which had been safe and sound in the wind of destruction for hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer, was not a treasure. Since it's a treasure, it's mine now that it's in my hands. There were so many treasures around him, but he couldn't get a single one of them. After realizing this, Xiaoduo held the thin sword sadly and prepared to go back the way he came. As for saving the crown prince, how could there be a crown prince in this place? It's not that I don't want to save him, but your crown prince has already disappeared. I didn't see him when I came in. You can't blame me for this, right? What? Look around? Why don't you try looking everywhere? So Xiaoduo was actually not confident at all about whether he could go back the way he came. However, this did not prevent him from wantonly plundering the land first. Since he came in and was forcefully thrown in, since he couldn't resist, of course he had to enjoy himself in this environment where he couldn't resist. He would take whatever he could get. He would take whatever he could get. If he was unlucky and died, then so be it. He wouldn't say that he once had it or something like that, But what if he went back alive? Then it would be an opportunity for him, and he would make a fortune. So Xiaoduo was very open-minded about this. In fact, he had thought about it since a long time ago. Although he was very afraid of death and cherished his life, he only had one thought every time he was in such a dangerous situation, and that was to do his best. If he failed, then it was fate. If he made it out, then it was luck. He kept walking along the way. So Xiaoduo was trembling with fear. He was really 10,000% cautious. He was still naked and had no intention of putting on clothes. He was the only one in this realm. How would he put on clothes for others to see? Of course, another more important factor was that once he put on clothes, his sleeves would flutter. Along with the wind, the fluttering of his clothes might cause him to deviate. If he deviated even a little bit, half of his body might be gone. In such an environment, Xiaoduo had no choice but to be magnanimous to the end. Following the narrow path that the thin sword took, Xiaoduo leaned sideways and sucked in his stomach. His whole body was flat as he walked forward. As for flying out on the sword, Xiaoduo didn't even dare to think about it. He really didn't dare to take even a single step along the way. Even if he saw spiritual materials and elixirs that were within reach, he didn't dare to act rashly. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. So Xiaoduo walked forward cautiously, but he felt the pain of his heart being torn apart. It was too unbearable. The feeling of entering a mountain of treasures and returning empty-handed made Xiaoduo feel like his heart was being torn apart and his liver and guts were being torn apart. Who did Xiaoduo offend? Why did I have to suffer such inhumane torture? Xiaoduo looked at the heaven and earth treasures that were swaying in the wind of destruction around him. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. How many top-grade heaven and earth treasures have I missed on this trip? These were truly top-notch heavenly materials and earthly treasures. His heart was twitching and hurting. I'm not a stingy person. I'm not a greedy person. But why does my heart hurt so much? Finally, after walking for a few thousand meters, the passage still hadn't disappeared. It was still there. It was fine as long as it was still there. So Xiaoduo let out a sigh of relief. Immediately, he took that sigh again. It was okay to let out a sigh of relief and rest for a while, but he couldn't let it go just like that. So he had to take it again immediately. This was a matter of life and death. Even though I, Xiaoduo, have always viewed life and death as trivial matters, this was still my life. If he didn't care, it would be someone else's life. At this moment, there was an inexplicable tremor in the air. It came very suddenly and without any warning. The wind of destruction suddenly blew wildly. In front of Xiaoduo and behind him, everything was a blur. Xiaoduo instinctively lowered his body and curled up into a ball. He didn't move at all, trying his best to reduce his presence. A red light and a white light shot up into the sky. Xiaoduo squatted on the ground and watched in shock. In the distance, the red light shot up like a volcanic eruption. That was the ultimate yang energy, as if hundreds of thousands of fiery suns were erupting at the same time. Xiaoduo instantly became anxious. If this energy was given to me, I would be able to cultivate the Flaming Sun Sutra to the peak. It was too pure, too awesome. On the other side, there was a white light that froze the world. It was filled with extreme coldness. Ice and fire clashed fiercely in the air. One after another, firebirds wailed and fell. One after another, icebirds wailed and fell as well. I really want to go over and pick them up. So Xiaoduo was extremely envious. He could feel that the energy contained in each of the falling firebirds was much more than the heart of the ardent sun. Although he didn't know what level those icebirds were, they were definitely very useful to Nyan Yin Cat. It was a pity that they were trapped here and couldn't go over. So Xiaoduo's eyes were swollen. While the battle was still going on, the other side suddenly erupted with a rumble. In the air, the 12 golden lotuses and the 12 black lotuses started fighting again. Bolts of lightning flashed from north to south, east to west. As the two lotuses started fighting again, the entire chaotic space of the heavenly axiom fell into a trembling atmosphere. Rumble, rumble. Countless bolts of lightning whizzed past Xiaoduo's head, front and back. They were like long swords that could split the world. So Xiaoduo curled up and didn't dare to move. Come on, I won't move anyway. I firmly believe that this route is safe. What can you do to me? So Xiaoduo could of course hide in the Tower of Annihilation now. But Xiaoduo wouldn't go in no matter what. I've already gained nothing. How can I let go of this opportunity? Why was it called an opportunity? Because after the golden and black lotuses fought, they would scatter golden or black light spots. The golden and black light spots that appeared in the outside world were few and far between. And now, Xiaoduo was in the chaotic space of the heavenly axiom, watching the two lotuses fight at close range. The light spots were scattered all over the sky and earth. Xiaoduo felt that even if he didn't move, he would still be able to touch a few, 3, 5, or even 10 or 8 light spots, right? As long as he could touch a little bit, it would be a great benefit. So how could he hide at this time? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lightning flashed in front of and behind him. Each bolt was 100 meters long. Xiaoduo trembled in the cracks. I'm safe, I'm safe, I'm safe. At this moment, golden and black spots of light began to fall from the sky. Xiaoduo watched helplessly. As it landed, fall quickly, fall on me. And at this moment, another bolt of lightning came at him at the fastest speed. This one was much closer than the previous one. It swept past Xiaoduo's buttocks. As Xiaoduo screamed. Half of his perky buttocks were cut off. What the hell? Xiaoduo gritted his teeth in pain. No, my buttocks are too perky. I really envy those people with flat buttocks. Damn it, it hurts. The heaven-mending stone instantly took effect and healed him. Xiaoduo didn't dare to be negligent. He operated as a spiritual power and separated the skin and flesh of his buttocks as far as possible to make them flat. And in this way, he was really fine. Only his buttocks were cold and no longer covered. There shouldn't be any snakes here. So Xiaoduo wanted to reach out and cover it, but he didn't dare to. Maybe if he reached out, his hand would be cut off. He could only endure it like this. Forget it, I admit it. Fortunately, the penis entered my abdomen. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to control my thoughts of missing Miss Cat. At this time, if second brother got hard for no reason, wouldn't I lose more than 20 centimeters? So Xiaoduo was very grateful for his foresight. Chapter 8:10. Golden light flickered and black light flickered. The golden light spots and black light spots in the sky finally fell. Under Zhuo Xiaoduo's expectant gaze, 2 drops of golden light fell on his bald scalp, as expected and as expected. Then, waves of spiritual energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas rushed into his meridians and dantian. In an instant, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt like he was about to explode. There were still light spots falling around him, but Zhuo Xiaoduo did not dare to absorb any more. He immediately entered the interior of the Tower of Annihilation and took out the 3 pieces of supreme grade jade of astral souls. He quickly placed them in front and behind him. What if the golden light spots fell on the jade of astral souls and had other effects? Zhuo Xiaoduo had already entered the Tower of Annihilation and started to cultivate and compress his real vitality. The spiritual energy supplied by the 2 golden light spots was like a tide. It was so pure that it made one's hair stand on end. It rushed into his dantian and was instantly filled to the brim. Zhuo Xiaoduo had been swinging a sledgehammer in his dantian since the beginning. I smash, I smash, I smash, smash, smash. Just the 2 drops of golden light spots had allowed Zhuo Xiaoduo to compress his dantian 7 times. There was still some left for him to compress his dantian for the 8th time, the 9th time, all the way to the 15th time. Only then did they quietly lay dormant in Zhuo Xiaoduo's body. Zhuo Xiaoduo was not surprised by this. Demonic beasts of the Demon King level or higher would instantly double in size when they came into contact with the golden light spots. Their cultivation realm strength would also increase tremendously. It was reasonable that Zhuo Xiaoduo could use this power to suppress his cultivation to such a level. Of course, Zhuo Xiaoduo himself still felt that this was commendable and admirable. It was mainly due to his perseverance that Zhuo Xiaoduo carefully slipped out of the Tower of Annihilation. The first thing he did was to look for the few pieces of supreme gray jade of astral souls that he had previously placed. Looking around, he saw that 2 of the 3 pieces of supreme grade star soul jade that he had placed down were missing. The remaining piece was placed on the ground, and there were 4 drops of golden light on it, shining brightly. I'm rich. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately put the remaining supreme grade jade of astral souls into his spatial ring. Then he followed in to take a look. He saw that the golden light spot was still on the supreme grade astral souls jade. There was nothing wrong with it. Only then did he feel relieved and continue forward. This trip was not in vain. This trip was not in vain. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the chaotic space that had calmed down again. Ahem, the so-called calming down again only meant that the 2 lotuses were no longer fighting each other. The other dangers were still there, not much less. Regarding this, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt somewhat regretful. Those 2 lotuses should be supreme grade spiritual items of the sovereign level. If only these 2 lotuses could be taken by me. However, why did the other 2 pieces of supreme grade jade of astral souls disappear? Only 1 piece was left? Logically speaking, the place where he stood should not be attacked by the wind of destruction or lightning. This was confirmed by the remaining piece. Then, why did the other 2 pieces of supreme grade jade of astral souls disappear? Zhuo Xiaoduo thought about it and felt that there was only one possibility. The golden light spot and the black light spot could not coexist. The piece that was left behind only had the golden light spot, so it was left behind. As for the other 2 pieces, both types of light spots must have dripped onto them. The 2 types of energy could not coexist, so they were destroyed. What a pity. As he thought about it, he continued to move forward. Xiaoduo felt that his current speed was already the fastest he could move in this situation. However, after walking for more than a day, he still had not made it out. Come on, don't slack off. You must be careful, and even more careful. I've already walked more than half of the journey. Don't suddenly relax and regret the rest of the journey. The more you walk, the more you walk. You must remember this. After continuously preparing himself mentally, Xiaoduo became more and more alert. The air was still turbulent. All sorts of spiritual creatures were fighting, and all sorts of auras were fighting. Occasionally, small mountains would fly here and there. Rumbling sounds could be heard as countless landforms changed and were destroyed in an instant. However, countless new landforms were being built and stabilized in an instant. There were faint roars in the distance, but he did not know what it was. A green light suddenly shrouded the sky and immediately disappeared. Yellow light, white light, and blue light flickered continuously. Xiaoduo felt that he was 10 million times more colorful than when he was walking on the night of the Lantern Festival. With such an experience, I can definitely brag about it for the rest of my life. Xiaoduo felt inexplicably proud. Even if the flood, who was known to be invincible, came here, would he be able to escape unscathed? I reckon that he would be cut into pieces. Only I, Master Zhua, can walk through danger with ease, walk on the line between life and death, wander at the gate of hell, with the demeanor of a gentleman. Although I'm not wearing clothes, although I'm naked, although I'm handsome, my heart is free, my mind is strong, my spirit is proud. Whether a person's heart is strong or not has nothing to do with whether he's naked or not. Xiaoduo moved forward carefully and proudly. His actions were careful, his heart was proud, and his thoughts were proud. Finally, he saw the green vine at the very beginning of the entrance. At this moment, Xiaoduo's eyes were filled with tears. I'm going to go out now. I'm not going to come in again. Whoever wants to come in can come in. Bless you. He was finally going to go out. Xiaoduo was excited, but his actions became more and more cautious. He knew very well that the last part of the journey was 90% complete. Looking at the green vine from the corner of his eye, he turned sideways and walked carefully along the path for a full 3 hours. Finally, he came to the left of the vine. On the left of the vine, he could already see the triangular shaped gap created by the Huahuang sword, which was dozens of meters away. It's there. As long as he rushed out from there, he could get out and truly escape from this forbidden death zone. It was only at this moment that Xiaoduo could finally put his heart back into his stomach. This trip was really too dangerous. It could easily lead to a fatal disaster, and his life was in danger. After coming in, there was almost no gain. It was a big loss. He was so worried that during this period of time, a total of 4 days had passed, right? A full 4 days. In the outside world, even if he didn't go out to train or search for heaven and earth treasures, he could still cultivate for almost a year just by going into the Tower of Annihilation to cultivate. How many fortuitous encounters, spiritual materials, and spiritual herbs would he lose? This wasn't the most infuriating thing. It wasn't that there weren't any heaven and earth treasures here. On the contrary, there were heaven and earth treasures everywhere, and all of them were of the highest quality. What was the use of seeing them but not being able to get them? It was even more infuriating than not having any at all. Xiaoduo was full of remorse. He felt that he had suffered so much that he was about to cry. Tell me, what did I get? All I got was a broken sword, a few broken stones, some land, and a few eggs that I don't even know if they'll hatch. What's the difference between this and nothing? If it weren't for the few light spots at the end, which could be considered as a small gain, I would have gone in naked and come out naked. No, my but was even fucked once. That was double damage to my soul and body. I'm quite perky on the 15th of August. At this moment, the Huahuang sword in his hand suddenly vibrated. The sudden vibration almost made Xiaoduo lose control. If it weren't for the fact that this kid used his blood essence to establish a half-own mode, I would have cut him in half. Broken sword? What are you talking about? Also, of the things you obtained, apart from the last few light spots that were dispensable trash. Which one of them wasn't a good thing? Why don't you say that you're an ordinary person with shallow knowledge who can't see gold and jade and have no knowledge at all? Fuck, I'm about to explode because of this bastard. Who's his father? Damn it, I probably don't know him. Who's his ancestor? Why are you shaking? Do you know what kind of place this is? So the Xiaoduo grabbed the hilt of the sword and said in surprise, I'm different from you, who looks slender but is actually dead heavy. I'm about to go out, but I'm not even excited yet. Why are you so excited about a sword? Don't you know that the last few steps are the most dangerous? If something happens to me at the last moment, you'll be buried with me? I'm not excited. I'm angry. I really don't know what to say these days. I even lost my patience with the sword. Fortunately, I still have it. So Xiaoduo grabbed the sword and threatened, Don't shake. I know that your sword is strange and has spirituality, but you've already swallowed my blood, so you're mine now. You're not being honest. Why don't you try shaking again? If you shake again, I'll piss on you. The Huang's sword shook violently and then stopped moving. It was like a person who was extremely angry and suddenly fainted. I'm about to explode from anger. If I had lungs. However, the lungless Huang sword really didn't dare to move. Although they hadn't known each other for long, the Huang sword had already seen through this kid's temper. This kid was a mischievous person who would rather die than be taken advantage of. Moreover, his character was so weird and despicable that it made people want to beat him to death. This kind of despicable person, I've only seen two in my life. The Huang sword thought to himself, and that one more time, he was more or less dignified. He wasn't as despicable as the one in front of me. This kind of guy was a man of his words. If he were to shake again, not to mention being peed on by this brat, even if he were to be peed on, it wouldn't be surprising at all if he were to be peed on. The Huang's sword became obedient. So Xiaoduo naturally became more and more proud of himself. I can even subdue such a strange sword. Who else? So Xiaoduo carefully walked out. When he reached the other side, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the power of the wind of destruction was much weaker than before. Moreover, the huge vine had blocked more of the wind of destruction. Basically, it wasn't much of a hindrance. After confirming this, he heaved a huge sigh of relief. For a moment, Xiaoduo only felt relaxed and happy. He held the bone stick and stretched it around to make sure that the bone hadn't been cut or incinerated. That meant that he was really safe. Since this place was safe, Xiaoduo couldn't help but have more thoughts. Looking at the huge vine in front of him, Xiaoduo felt that it must be something good. Just the vine alone was already as thick as a tree that required several people to wrap their arms around. If this thing could be moved out, it must be worth a lot of money, right? Xiaoduo stroked the vine with a greedy look on his face. The vine in front of him was not only thick, but it also extended to an unknown place. The top of his head was full of lush branches and leaves, and he estimated that it had entered the chaotic thunderclouds. He didn't know how far it went or how high it was. Xiaoduo was intoxicated. His hands were soft and gentle as he stroked it gently. He was indescribably fond of it. If he remembered correctly, there was a small gourd at the very top. If that doesn't work, you can give me the small gourd. The Huang sword couldn't help but tremble in his hand again. Are you kidding me? You actually want to touch this? This thing only needs to tremble a little, and you will fly to God knows where. It will directly throw you into the depths of the chaotic sea and turn you into ashes. It will only take a thought. It's an extremely ordinary thing. We are about to get out. Don't you dare court death. Don't you know that you are halfway through a journey? This was really the last time it trembled. Didn't you say that just now? It's your business if you want to die, but don't drag me down with you. If I die with you, I won't be able to face anyone. So Xiaoduo shook the huge vine with force, trying to test it. However, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It didn't move at all. The exit was right in front of him. So Xiaoduo turned to look at the exit, then turned to look at the huge vine in front of him. He really couldn't bear to part with it. His eyes were full of desire and anticipation. Since I'm already here, you should at least give me something, right? So Xiaoduo muttered to the vine. He really couldn't take it lying down now. It wasn't easy for me to come here. You said it was a coincidence, but where is the opportunity? Do I really have to go back empty-handed? This really doesn't make sense. It's too embarrassing. Since Masters was started his cultivation journey, he had never been so embarrassed. There was such a vine right at the entrance. If he let it go, it would be inexcusable no matter how he looked at it. And no matter how he looked at it, it wouldn't make sense. Even if it gave him a leaf, it wouldn't be a wasted trip. It could be considered chance. Stroking the thick green vine, Zwishaodua's face was full of melancholy. He couldn't move it, he couldn't shake it, and he didn't dare to jump on it. He was afraid that if he jumped on it, he would be blown away by the wind of destruction. Damn. This vine was a treasure that was not afraid of the wind of destruction. The more he thought about it, the more precious it was, and the more reluctant he was to let it go. It wasn't easy for him to get here. The treasure tree was right in front of him, but he had to let it go. What should he do? Even the wind of destruction couldn't do anything to this vine. What could he do with his small arms and legs? High up in the sky, a green vine quietly bent back. On it, two small gourds, one white and one black, were quietly hiding in the wind of destruction. They seemed to have eyes and were looking at Zwishaodua with great interest. The two small gourds were twining around each other. They seemed to be very curious, circling back and forth. Zwishaodua's eyes kept rolling. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. He held the Wahuang sword in his hand and waved it at the vine. At the same time, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Let's try one last time. Let's see if the Wahuang sword can do anything to this vine. If the Wahuang sword can peel off the skin of this vine, maybe I could take a bottle of tree sap with me. Zwishaodua was really determined. If it doesn't work, I'll take the tree sap with me. No matter what, I have to take something with me. Otherwise, I'll suffer a loss. And with this move, an accident occurred. The mottled bark of the huge vine suddenly burst open like ripples on water. On the vine in front of Zwishaodua, an old face appeared. Looking at Zwishaodua speechlessly, he sighed and said, "My young friend, I've already let you go. I even helped you block the wind of destruction. Why do you still want to peel off my skin? People should know how to repay kindness." Zwishaodua looked at the old face that suddenly appeared with a shocked expression. A face had actually grown out of vine, and it could even speak. Furthermore, it could speak with such perfect articulation. This was really, who would believe it? You, our monster? Zwishaodua was shocked. He couldn't help but hold the Wahuang sword tightly. Oh my God, the vine spoke. The Wahuang sword was completely speechless. Yes, this guy was a monster, but he was definitely a good monster. He was the kindest monster. He had only suffered losses in his life. He had never taken advantage of anyone. He had never killed anyone in his life. He had never hurt anyone. He was also a monster who was always kind to others. I can also be considered a monster. The old face was very kind. He laughed and said, "My young friend, you're still able to enter the chaotic space at such a clear time. It's not just an opportunity. It's really a great blessing." Zwishaodua was speechless. It's really a chance encounter. However, I really don't feel any great blessing. I've gained nothing this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have tried to take advantage of you at the last moment. Ah, you're a magnanimous man. Zwishaodua was very smart. At first glance, he knew that this old guy was a super existence that he couldn't afford to offend. However, this old man was also very kind. He immediately began to act pitiful. He changed his tone and no longer asked for the tree sap. "I'm not a magnanimous man, but you said that you gained nothing." The old man's eyes looked at the Wahuang sword. "This sword is already in your hands. You're telling me that you gain nothing? How else do you want to gain it? Old man, you've been here for so many years. You must be very lonely with no one to accompany you. Look at your wrinkled face." Zwishaodua sighed. "You've been alone for so many years. No one talked to you. You must be very lonely. If it were me, it wouldn't take many years. As long as no one talked to me for 3 to 5 days, I would be lonely and worried. I would have to find ways to contact someone." The old man's mouth twitched. "I don't feel lonely. It's good to be alone. Why do I have to worry? What's all this about? What are you trying to say, kid? Do you want to go out and play with me? The outside world is really wonderful. So Xiaoduo tempted. The outside world is really wonderful. However, there are also many dangers, the old man said with some melancholy. At this moment, the old man's face showed infinite recollection and vicissitudes of life. Thinking back on that mountain, sigh, there were so many old friends. Unfortunately, they only wanted things. They didn't want to stay and chat with me. Although I couldn't speak at that time, I'd already opened my spiritual sense. It was the time when I was the loneliest and most eager to be recognized by others. However, no one cared about me. Now that so many years have passed, I've already gotten used to it. However, such a little guy came and chatted with me. A vine. This encounter is really then. A pair of eyes full of kindness looked at Xiaoduo. Follow me. It's definitely not dangerous. I will protect you. Xiaoduo patted his chest. He felt that this vine was really easy to talk to. His ambition seemed to be very promising. The old man sighed. If it was a few periods ago, maybe I would really go with you. But now, I can't. Xiaoduo was suddenly full of interest. A few periods? What's that? A unit of measurement of time? I've never heard of it. The old man just smiled faintly and said, Since you've come here and seen me, I can't let you leave empty-handed. Then, it fell into a long silence. After an unknown period of time, an old hand appeared on the left side of the vine. Its fingers were constantly moving, as if it was calculating something. In the sky, the two small gourds were a little anxious. They were struggling to get down. After a full 2 hours, the kind eyes on the old face opened. He raised his head and looked at the two small gourds in the sky. They were entangled with each other while trying their best to break free from the vines. His gaze suddenly became extremely complicated. Then he sighed softly. He looked at Xiaoduo and said, I didn't expect. I've been waiting here for so many years. I've been waiting for you. Xiaoduo frowned. Waiting for so many years. Waiting for me? He didn't understand a word of these words. The old man smiled kindly. After thinking for a long time, he said, Young friend, can you promise me one thing? I don't know what it is. I'm small with narrow shoulders and small arms and legs. My strength is very limited. I don't dare to take on everything. Xiaoduo said very modestly. The old man hesitated and said, I have 7 children and grandchildren who are wandering outside. They have been separated for many years. If you have the chance in the future, can you let my children and grandchildren reunite? Reunite your children and grandchildren? Xiaoduo said with a little confusion. Your children and grandchildren are all separated? But I don't even know what your children and grandchildren look like, let alone reunite them. I want to promise you, but this is beyond my ability. I can't do anything. When you see them, you'll naturally sense it. You'll know. The old man was a little emotional. I'm just doing this on a whim. It's okay if you don't agree. No. Since you've asked, I'll promise you. Didn't you say that I'll naturally know the reason when I see them? It's fate that we met. I agree to your request. Xiaoduo laughed and agreed. The key now was to build a good relationship. The refusal just now was just an excuse to bargain. When it really came down to it, he would definitely agree to it. It was just a reunion of his children and grandchildren. It wasn't a big deal. Besides, it was even easier to sense it when they met. As soon as Xiaoduo agreed, the sword of Empress Envoi in his hand began to vibrate violently. I can't stand it anymore. The idiot. Big idiot. Don't agree. Don't agree. You dare to agree to whatever you know. I've really misjudged you. I thought you were such a cautious kid who would size up the situation and be scared of death. But you're actually a daring person. Damn it. That's something that no one dares to agree to. You don't even know what you're facing. Those are the top few people in the entire universe. Idiot, don't agree. Go back on your word. Go back on your word. Chapter 811. Why are you trembling? Xiaoduo was very dissatisfied. This sword was really not obedient. He exerted more strength in his hand and held the Huang sword tightly to prevent it from trembling. He smiled at the old vine face and said, My words are like the wind. I promise to help your descendants reunite. As long as I have the chance, I will definitely help you. He chuckled and said, I will definitely help. He thought to himself, it's just finding a few gourds. How big of a deal can it be? The old man's kind face suddenly blurred for a moment and then appeared again. He said helplessly, don't worry, don't worry. Just remember this in your heart. Even if you can't do it, it doesn't matter. This old man has a lot of descendants. If they can be reunited, it's fate. If they can't be reunited, it's also fate. Don't force it. So Xiaoduo was puzzled. I'm not in a hurry. I also said that it's fate. I will only help if I have the chance. He didn't know that the old man's words were not for him, but for the Huahuang sword. The Huahuang sword became more and more weak. It didn't struggle anymore. It doesn't matter if you don't force it, but this kid has already agreed. Since he said it, how can it only be 9 cauldrons? In such a chaotic place, every word and action was karma. That was a promise that would last forever. Xiaoduo's promise was not an ordinary karma. It was enormous karma, such a terrifying karma. How dare you agree to it? Even the person who created this world back then would not dare to agree to it. However, this brat actually agreed without even frowning. How ignorant and fearless must he be? How fucking stupid. The old man smiled faintly and said, let nature take its course. If it can't continue, then there's no need to force it. This old man is just holding on to the slightest hope. I have to thank you for agreeing so readily. Following which, a cool breeze blew over. It seemed to have come from the end of the sky, and a dark green vine quietly curved over. The jade-green vines were slender and verdant, and there were thin, furry thorns on them. Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment. It was actually a gourd vine? There seemed to be 2 small and cute gourds hanging on the thin green gourd vine. There are actually 2 of them. I think I only saw one when I was outside. Small gourds. One of them was snow white and delicate, seemingly transparent yet not transparent at the same time. One would fall in love with it at first sight. The other one was pitch black, mysterious, and dazzling. Looking at it would make one's heart happy. 2 gourds, one white and one black. The old man stretched out a hand and gently stroked the 2 small gourds, looking very reluctant to part with them. After a long time, he said softly, the chaos has lasted for a long time. Fate is coming to an end. It's time for all of you to be born. Go! The 2 small gourds suddenly broke off from the branches and quietly fell into Xiaoduo's arms with a tender vine. The old man looked at the 2 small gourds in Xiaoduo's hands with a deep gaze. He was a little sad and a little reluctant to part with them. He said, I've given birth to 9 children in my life. The previous children were all taken away by them. No one cares about my feelings. Everyone only sees connate spiritual treasures. Every birth of my children is a great calamity of the world. Countless living beings will die because of it. Let these last 2 follow you. These are the last 2. From now on, there won't be any more in the chaos. The old man sighed. Little friend, if you can let them see each other again, it's already a reunion. Don't force it. After all, it's just a dream. A beautiful dream. Xiaoduo stroked the 2 small gourds lovingly and said happily, yes, I know. I'll do my best. I won't force it. Finally, he didn't return empty-handed this time. The 2 small gourds looked very good. When he took them out, just holding them in his hands and playing with them would be worth the ticket price. It looked like it would be very beautiful if he played with them. They were really too exquisite, too small. He liked them too much. A trace of melancholy appeared on the old man's face. He forced a smile. Little friend, please treat them well. Then, a sharp thorn suddenly appeared out of nowhere and pierced Xiaoduo's middle finger. Instantly, blood gushed out like a tide. A strong surge of blood rushed into the 2 small gourds. Xiaoduo didn't even have time to cry out in pain before it was all over. When Xiaoduo looked up in confusion, he saw the old man point a finger accurately between Xiaoduo's eyebrows. A surge of vitality poured into Xiaoduo's body like an entire sea. This should be enough for my child to grow up smoothly. Xiaoduo was exultant. A little more, the tide-like vitality stopped flowing. The old man's old face seemed to have aged thousands of years in an instant. The wrinkles on his face deepened. He looked at Xiaoduo with tired eyes. "Little friend, please." A dark green shadow of a vine appeared and entered Xiaoduo's eyebrows in an instant. "With my soul imprint, find my children and grandchildren to reunite. Heavenly Tao, little friend, there is no heavenly Tao in this world. Little friend, I hope you treat them well. If fate wills it, perhaps we can meet again in the future. Since the beginning of the chaos, fate has finally brought us together. Little friend, don't let down this life." The old man's words became more and more ethereal and soft. In the end, he said 2 words, but they were already like whispers in the wind. They couldn't be heard clearly at all, so Xiaoduo wanted to say something, but he saw a wave of illusory mist in front of him. It seemed like the surface of the water had fluctuated. However, the huge gourd vine had disappeared. There wasn't even a trace of its existence at the original place. Why is it gone? So Xiaoduo looked in front of him in confusion. He even reached out his hand to touch it, but he only touched air. The Huahuang's sword drooped in his hand. It was too weak to complain. "You little brat, keep acting. I'm afraid you don't even know what kind of trouble you've caused. I really admire you for being able to laugh now. Indeed, the ignorant are fearless. Wise words have always been true since ancient times. There's finally something good." So Xiaoduo grinned. He looked at the 2 gourds in his hand, one white and one black. His eyes narrowed. "These 2 gourds are really beautiful. You're only looking at them now. The big trouble is behind. Just you wait, these aren't just gourds. These are 2 monstrous big trouble." The Huahuang's sword didn't want to talk to him anymore. It was useless to talk to him anymore. As for the fact that he finally got something good, that was not wrong. These 2 gourds were indeed good things. No matter where they were, in anyone's hands, they would definitely be top-notch treasures. However, do you know what it means to be undeserving of one's position? The karma that you've caused for these 2 treasures is also unimaginable. Not to mention you. Even the Demon Emperor, Empress Hua, and the other lords didn't want to provoke such karma. They didn't even want to try. They didn't dare to try. If they were in such a situation, they wouldn't want these 2 gourds at all. They would just run as far as they could. However, you little brat, your cultivation is now as thin as paper. Your cultivation is not much stronger than an ant's. You actually agreed to such an ancient promise. That's a huge karma that even the saints of the heavens don't dare to promise. Other than your commendable courage, I'm already speechless. Really, I really admire you so much that I want to die. Let's see if there's any chance. It's important for me to get away quickly. Otherwise, sooner or later, I'll be implicated by you and be consigned to eternal damnation." As the Huahuang sword thought about it, he couldn't help but think of those old rivals and old friends from back then when he thought about how he might be the only one facing everything. He couldn't help but tremble. "Oh my God, you might as well kill me directly." Those back then, every one of them had to call me boss when they saw me. Now, you want me to face everything alone, including those few gourds? I have to call the boss gourd. What is this? Could it be that I'm going to bear everything alone after all? I must get away from this little lunatic as soon as possible. When Xiaoduo was about to put the 2 small gourds into the space ring, he flipped his wrist. The small gourds disappeared. However, they didn't enter the Tower of Annihilation or the space ring. Instead, they directly entered Xiaoduo's spiritual space. Then they settled down in the spiritual space and didn't come out. So Xiaoduo was really dumbfounded this time. Ever since he entered the path of Tao, he had encountered countless rare things. Whether it was the divination technique, the aura observation technique, or even the existence of Xiaolong, all of them were unimaginable and unbelievable. Recently, there was the Tower of Annihilation that produced a change in the flow of time, and the ancient thin sword, Huahuang's sword, which was the treatment of a protagonist in a novel. However, no one, no life, had ever entered his spiritual space in any form. This sudden change was too shocking. The small gourds completely ignored their master's orders. They floated in the spiritual space as if they didn't hear him. In the spiritual space, there was a green sea of vitality. In it, there was a thin gourd vine, and two small gourds, one white and one black, were lying on the vine, floating in the seed. They floated up and down, very comfortable. Oh my God! Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. It wasn't easy for me to get these two gourds, but they don't listen to my orders. Therefore, he tried to command them with his mind, but it was still useless. The two small gourds were leisurely and didn't listen to him at all. Come out, he shouted in a dignified manner. The small gourds still didn't move. Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. What's going on? Could it be that I've invited two masters into my spiritual space? The Huahuang's sword didn't move in his hand. I'm not going to tell you. With your current cultivation, you can only raise the children of the gourd vine. You want to command them? You must be crazy. Chapter 8:12. You're going crazy thinking about it. The Huahuang sword kept criticizing him. Wait until you cultivate for another 3,000 to 5,000 years. Well, if you cultivate for 3,000 to 5,000 years, it means that you have great talent and countless opportunities, and you can improve by leaps and bounds. If you can't do that, then 3,000 to 5,000 years, or even 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, who knows that you're an idiot who messes around with karma? You're an idiot who makes promises the moment you open your mouth. You're the most troublesome idiot since ancient times. I hate you to death. Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment, but he soon accepted the reality of the two little gourds who didn't listen to him. After all, the old vine was far beyond his knowledge. It could kill him with a blow, and it could easily resist the wind of destruction. His current cultivation was shallow, so it was reasonable that he couldn't use the two little gourds, right? The two little gourds were obviously extraordinary. It didn't matter that he couldn't use them now, as long as he could look forward to it in the future. If you don't want to come out, then come out. Anyway, you two can't run away. If you can't run away, then it's still mine. Thinking of this, Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel happy again. As long as it's still mine. You're not obedient now. That's because you don't know your brother's methods. There will be a day when you're obedient, and when you come out, I'll take you out in minutes. Let's go. Finally, he got two great little gourds. Although he couldn't use them now, they were still his, so he could use them sooner or later. Carrying the Huahuang sword, Xiaoduo flew out in high spirits. The exit was right in front of him, and the air shook again. It was the two lotuses fighting again. Xiaoduo almost took a step forward, but he retracted his foot. I'll wait a little longer. Looking at the golden light spots in the air slowly falling, Xiaoduo's eyes were full of desire. And that the Huahuang sword found that this kid had secretly cut off a part of his divine soul power and left a little divine soul mark at the small opening he made. What was even worse was that this kid seemed to be afraid that the soul imprint would be obliterated, so he actually added another layer, then another layer, then another layer, then another layer of seal, then another layer of seal, then another layer of seal. That the Huahuang sword was speechless. Could it be that this brat had taken this dangerous place, where even ninth heaven's experts would be crushed to pieces, as his personal territory, where he could come and fleece at any time? Did he leave the mark to come in the future? I don't know if I should say that the ignorant are fearless, or that this brat has been blinded by greed. The golden light spots. Xiaoduo looked at the golden light that was about to reach the top of his head and waited excitedly with his neck stretched out. Suddenly, the wind along the edge of the seal's edge, and a strong along the edge, the wind, and the sword. It was followed by a strong force, as if there was something hidden in this strong wind. With a whoosh, the golden light spots were blown up again. 2 or 3 of them directly floated out of the crack. The rest were taken away and then slowly extinguished in the air. It was as if there was something hidden in this strong wind, and it was swallowing these light spots. Xiaoduo waited for a long time, but it was all for naught. Thinking of this, Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel depressed. The Huahuang sword was somewhat depressed in Xiaoduo's hands. With its strength, it naturally had the ability to keep some light spots, but the Huahuang sword really didn't care about those light spots, and secondly, the Huahuang sword heart was filled with a kind of atmosphere called panic. I'm going to go against the bosses. Boss Xiong, Boss Fan, Boss Ta, Boss Fu. I'm going to go against all of them. This, it's too scary. How can I go against all of them? I'll definitely be beaten to ashes. Even in the sword world, I'm not the boss. I'm actually just a little brother. The more it thought about it, the more gloomy it felt. The Huahuang sword thought about it. It became depressed. Back then, why did the Empress give me to the 7th Prince for temporary use? Why did the 7th Prince get plotted against? Why did those fellows have to use me to break open the space? That finger of that bastard from the West really deserves to die. He made me wait for so many years, only to get such a wretched and lazy person. What a scam. The last bit of golden light benefit was still not obtained. So Xiaoduo's head drooped, and it first checked the heaven-mending stone that it was wearing, then checked the void transformation stone on its chest, and then it swallowed a mouthful of antidote pills. Finally, it rushed out of the chaotic space of the heavenly Tao without hesitation, reluctantly. When it was inside, it was indeed on tenterhooks. Every minute and every second, it hoped to get out safely. As long as it could escape unscathed, it didn't ask for anything else. Now that it was finally out, it was reluctant to leave, and its thoughts were endless. Well, the most important thing was that it wasn't enough. It was lingering. Although it had some gains today, it still felt like it was a loss. After going in, there were so many good things, but I only got 2 gourds that couldn't be commanded, 6 demonic beast eggs that I didn't know if they could hatch, a few stones that couldn't be blown away by the wind, and a few light spots. Other than those light spots that made me feel like I had some gains. The only other thing was this dark and swarthy sword that still had some sense of existence in my hand. But what a failure. The moment Xiaoduo rushed out of the crack, all the demonic beasts on the mountain stood up at the same time, and then they crawled on the ground at the same time. It was as if they didn't see it. That aura. Why did it follow me out again? Xiaoduo was still naked as he landed on the mountain. The first thing it did was to rush into the cave. No one paid attention to me. Cough, cough, no demonic beast paid attention to me. Xiaoduo hurriedly put on his clothes. The time was too tight, and it was too late to wear underwear, so he just put on like this. Then, he carefully changed his position several times. After making sure it was safe, Xiaoduo waited until the golden light spots in the sky exploded again, and when all the demonic beasts were fighting for it, then he sneaked out of the mountain. Even though he already knew the truth of this area, it was still too dangerous for him now. He would never come back to this place again. At least, before he was strong enough, he would never come back again. Xiaoduo ran away like a wisp of smoke. He was safe. Run. After he left, the local demonic beasts also breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that terrifying aura also disappeared. That he was safe. Xiaoduo rushed back with his own extreme speed. How many days had he been in there? He didn't have any idea. Could it be that he was about to collapse? He also looked at the sky with some melancholy. I am now in the nascent soul area. I don't know how many good things there are in the cloud transformation area, the spirit dominating area, the returning to profound area. It's a pity that I can't get anything at this moment. Xiaoduo had an inexplicable impulse to let go of the suppression and immediately advance to the cloud transformation realm. Then, he could go to the cloud transformation area to see if he could continue to obtain good things. However, this impulse only appeared for a moment and disappeared. Or it could be said that it was destroyed by Xiaoduo's rationality. It was not wrong to look for money, but when he had to choose between looking for money and looking forward, Xiaoduo felt that he had to choose the latter. I have only suppressed it for 15 times now, and I am in a good state now. The current environment is also good for suppressing my own true core realm. This time, the suppression is more than before. This might be a good opportunity. I can't give up my future just because of the temptation of some external things. I have to bear with it for now. On the way back, he saw a lot of nascent soul cultivators. They were either looking for treasures or fighting with demonic beasts. As long as they were from the Astral Souls continent, Zhuo would temporarily observe them. After confirming that there was no danger, he would turn around and leave without alerting others. He continued to plunder and dig. Anyway, he had the help of Xiao Long, the cheat. Most of the landing points were below the surface or in blind spots that ordinary people could not find. There was no conflict of interest to speak of. However, if he encountered the Tao League and the Alliance, Zhuo would not be polite and directly attack. Stop! This is robbery. You are all covered in dark clouds. You are destined to face this calamity. Give me all the valuable and worthless things. The geniuses of the Tao League and the Alliance were sullen. The calamity was upon us. We accept this calamity. We also accept that you robbed us of the valuable things. However, you actually want to rob us of the worthless things? This is a true calamity. This is too disastrous. This is a calamity. Zhuo had a different view on this. As the saying goes, if there is something in life, it will be there. If there is nothing in life, don't force it. Maybe the things that are worthless in your hands are very valuable in my hands. Maybe it is you who caused the treasures to be covered in dust, but in my hands, they can be developed. Of course, there were also those who jumped out to resist. You actually want to kill me. I pointed out the right path for all of you, allowing you to avoid the calamity and escape death, all for the sake of asking for a bit of money. You actually want to take my life. That means you are willing to sacrifice your life, but not your treasures. You are too much. Every time this happened, Zhuo would rush up in anger. He would use his fists, kicks, hidden weapons, and swords. Basically, he did not need to use his sword to solve the problem. Zhuo did not feel the slightest pressure for such a massacre. You are an enemy. Can't you kill them? Have you not killed enough martial artists from the Astral Souls continent? Since you are here to gain experience, you have to be willing to accept defeat. Survival of the fittest. To be honest, it was extremely unfair to put Zhuo into the nascent soul realm to gain experience. This was because this guy's combat power was obviously 100 times stronger than martial artists of the same level. If there was an encounter here, he would be completely invincible. However, no one could deny that this guy was really in the nascent soul realm. There was no doubt about it. When he met Zhuo in the Tao League, in the beginning, Zhuo did not kill many people because they were allies. However, since one time, he found a lot of other people's rings among the stolen rings. From the many things inside, many of them belonged to martial artists from the Astral Souls continent. There was even the hidden Dragon School emblem. This made Zhuo completely angry. Since then, no matter if it was the Alliance or the Tao League, there was only one outcome when they met Zhuo: death. Chapter 8:13. Zhuo felt that if he didn't kill them, he would be letting down the dead warriors of the Astral Souls. If you don't die, what if you continue to harm the warriors of the Astral Souls? Even if I don't kill them, they will still kill my people. Zhuo moved from north to south, from east to west. A bloody path led from north to south, another from east to west, then slanted, then intersected. A month had passed since the start of the Crown Prince's Academy. Zhuo had already purified more than 1,000 geniuses of the Alliance and Tao League. Although this number wasn't small, there were still many fish that escaped the net. The main reason was that this area was too big. Those who didn't encounter Zhuo naturally escaped the calamity and escaped with their lives. Many of them didn't even know what was going on. They immersed themselves in training and hadn't even heard of Zhuo's name. Yet, they were able to survive. Therefore, it was said that sometimes, in a battlefield where killing was everywhere, those who could survive were basically extremely lucky. This sentence was really not wrong at all. If I kill a few more, the others will be safer. We can't let them kill our people, especially if we can snatch more things and gain more benefits. It's a sure win. Why not? Zhuo's strength was far superior to his peers. His speed was fast, and his combat strength was high. As long as they encountered him, there was basically no escape. Of course, There were occasionally those who fled at the beginning of the battle when they saw that the situation wasn't good. Slowly, the news spread. The fact that Zhuo was wantonly killing the experts of the Alliance and Dao League was no longer a secret. Therefore, when many people saw Zhuo, they turned around and fled in all directions. Zhuo deeply felt that he was indeed alone and couldn't snatch many people away. Therefore, he found Long Yuxing, Meng Zhongjun, and the others and slowly began to gather the hidden Dragon High martial artist team. In a few days, he had gathered 100 to 200 people. Then, he led the hidden Dragon High martial artists to attack in all directions. The 8 teams cooperated with each other and came and went. Once something happened, they would come together from all directions. There were sneak attacks, ambushes, robberies, and sneak attacks. The hidden Dragon High martial artists felt that this was actually very fast for them to improve. Therefore, the team grew bigger and bigger. Under the leadership of Zhuo, in the last period of time, the hidden Dragon High martial artists became the overlords of the secret realm. The hidden rogue high martial artists started to stand out in this battle. Everyone from the Wizard Alliance and the Dao Alliance felt a headache when they saw the hidden Dragon School uniform. The most tragic one was Sansi. He had managed to rob quite a few members of the Dao Alliance, but just as he felt that his gains were decent, he ran into Zhuo again. Zhuo was even more depressed than him. Why the fuck did he meet someone with a gold medal again? One word, snatch. Therefore, Shanghai was clean again. Let's take a look. In these people's rings, there were no Astral Souls high martial artists. Get lost. Therefore, Shanghai led his people away from Zhuo and went in another direction to rob and kill the Dao League geniuses. When they gathered a large number of people again, Shanghai tried every possible way to get rid of Zhuo, but Zhuo actually brought the hidden Dragon High School's people here again. This was the 3rd time they met. Shanghai was living a life worse than death. Zhuo was also very depressed. Can you fucking stay away from me? It's so annoying. After Shanghai reluctantly endured his disgust and snatched Shanghai again, Shanghai directly shut himself up. What a coincidence. I've been robbed 3 times. The other Alliance's people sent out communication signals in all directions. When they saw Zhuo, they immediately scattered and fled. Of course, they were also plotting revenge. Then, finally, they gathered more than 100 people. They had the advantage of numbers and were led by several recognized young genius leaders. He began to crush Zhuo in a domineering manner, charging straight ahead to find trouble with him. All the Dao Leagues and Astral Souls infant transformation stages geniuses that they encountered died an unnatural death. Only a few were lucky enough to escape. When Zhuo heard the news, he was furious and began to work hard to find this group of people. Both sides were looking for each other, but they just couldn't meet. In order to make it easier for the other side to ambush him, Zhuo even left the main group to create opportunities for the other side. However, they just couldn't meet. After searching for a long time, Zhuo directly rushed to the sky and shouted, "I'm Zhuo. Who's looking for trouble with me? Come on, I'm waiting for you here." Those who don't dare to come are cowards. They're even more cowardly than cowards. Finally, after another day, Zhuo's roar in the sky was heard by the people of the Alliance. The other side surrounded Zhuo from all sides and wanted to take advantage of their numbers to kill him. In the face of enemies who were 100 times more than him, Zhuo was not afraid at all. He directly jumped into the encirclement with his fists and feet, using hidden weapons and sword techniques. He killed more than 100 people and left corpses everywhere. Zhuo could face the tide of nascent soul transformation stages, cloud, giant, wolves alone, without falling into a disadvantageous position. How could he be afraid of them? Especially after the battle with the wolf pack, Zhuo's personal strength had improved by more than one step. More than 100 people wanted to gather together and work together to kill Zhuo. However, when they really fought, they realized in despair that numbers were useless against this guy. His strength had far exceeded the limit of nascent soul transformation stage. It had even surpassed the limit of cloud transformation stage and the god reigning stage. Their so-called encirclement was basically a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a mayfly trying to shake a tree. A newborn baby besieging an adult would only be slaughtered by the other party. The other result was that all the treasures that they had painstakingly plundered, including the rings that they had snatched, were all given to him to add to his strength. In the end, they even had to give their lives to him. After the field was littered with corpses, only 3 people managed to escape an unimaginable speed with the help of secret arts and burning their blood essence. The rest of the 100 or so people were all decapitated without a single one left alive. So Xiaoduo made a fortune again. In this battle, he did not choose to use the Huahuang sword. On the one hand, he felt that using this Huahuang sword would be overkill. On the other hand, this Huahuang sword was not as convenient as his cat spirit sword. Although he could hold the sword of Empress Envihua in his hand, it was too heavy for him. Moreover, the cat spirit sword was of great significance to him. If it was not necessary, it would be better not to use it. But now there was no need at all. For such an important reason, Zhou Xiaoduo threw the Huahuang sword into the space of the Tower of Emptiness. What he did not know was that after the Huahuang sword entered the space of the Tower of Emptiness, it flew to the sky above the ley lines and began to actively absorb energy. Then it was infused into the eggs that Zhou Xiaoduo dug out. No, it should be infused into one of the eggs. The rest of the eggs were just fakes. There was only one real egg, although Zhou Xiaoduo could not distinguish it. The Huahuang sword could easily distinguish it and then take action. The ley lines of the Tower of Emptiness were still in a state of slight, continuous contraction. Xiaolong had already noticed this. However, he knew very well that this was the heaven-mending stone transforming this space. Instead of feeling disappointed, he was wild with joy. Zhou Xiaoduo was on a killing spree. His eyes were red from all the killing, but he was still trying his best to look for someone. Where was Li Chenglong? Where was Li Zhongming? Where was Xiangchong and Xiangbing? Where was Yi Yan? He had been looking for these people for so many days. Why couldn't he find any of them? Could it be that all of them were killed? Zhou Xiaoduo's heart was quite calm about this. After all, he had seen the faces of these people before they came in. There was no danger to their lives. On the contrary, they were blessed with good fortune. It was as if the heavens had given them a windfall and an unexpected opportunity. But now, he could not find any of them. Zhou Xiaoduo could not help but feel a little worried. As for the other hidden dragon geniuses, Zhou Xiaoduo could also see that many of them were dead. However, this kind of thing could not be avoided. Many of the ways to contact Li Chenglong under any circumstances were ordered by Zhou Xiaoduo. Many of them had to be done. However, no one would have thought that this trial space was actually so vast and boundless. For example, if thousands of people were evenly distributed in different areas of Shandong province, and there were mountains and forests everywhere, the possibility of these people meeting each other was really small. Therefore, even those with Xiaoduo could see through some of the death calamities, he could only talk about them helplessly. When they came in, no one had the ability to decide where to land. Zhou Xiaoduo was searching, looking for treasures, robbing, and killing. Zhou Xiaoyan in the Huayan area was also doing the same thing. If it was unfair to leave Zhou Xiaoduo in the nascent soul area, then it was unfair to leave Zhou Xiaoyan in the Huayan area. It was even more unfair. This was because the gap between Zhou Xiaoyan's current strength and those of the same level was huge. She had already reached the peak of the cloud transformation realm. Moreover, she had suppressed it a few times. She was not like Zhou Xiaoduo. When Zhou Xiaoduo entered, he had just broken through to the nascent soul stage. When Zhou Xiaoyan entered the Huayan area, she first fell into the Ice Snow Valley and was recognized by the Ice Soul. Then she searched the entire Ice Snow Valley and dug out almost all the Xian ice in the mountain. Only then was she able to leave the valley and continue her journey. When Zhou Xiaoyan walked out of the Ice Snow Valley, her strength had increased by almost 3 times compared to when she had just entered. She was already invincible, but now she was even more powerful. All the demonic beasts she encountered were killed by the spirit-snatching sword. Then, she met a few cultivators from the Umno Alliance. When they saw that Zhuo Xiaoyan was alone and had such a beautiful face, they immediately had evil thoughts. Naturally, they were killed by Zhuo Xiaoyan mercilessly one by one. What happened next was strange. Zhuo Xiaoyan would meet a group of people after walking for a while. No matter if they were from the Wizard Alliance or the Dao Alliance, they all looked like they were fighting for the treasures. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoyan was depressed as he went on a killing spree, killing all who came to him. Chapter 814. Zhuo Xiaoyan killed her way from the snowy valley to the scorching hot area. While training and killing demonic beasts, she killed people and snatched things. Well, she didn't really count as snatching, because those she killed were 100% people who wanted to snatch her things. How could it count as snatching when she was just defending herself? Even if those people from the Umno Alliance and Dao League didn't take the initiative to attack, Zhuo Xiaoyan might not let them off. However, that was just an idea. Since it hadn't become a reality, it couldn't be considered an action. And the fact that the other party took the initiative to attack was an ironclad reality. Therefore, when a woman's beauty reached a certain level, it was definitely a nightmare for men. Zhuo Xiaoyan had killed more than 400 people so far. The most ridiculous thing was that she met a few cloud transformation realm experts from the Astral Souls continent who wanted to snatch her things. That Zhuo Xiaoyan was infuriated, and he did not hold back at all as he began to kill. In the infant transformation area, the geniuses from the Umno Alliance had received a warning. Stay away from Zhuo Xiaoduo. However, these cloud transformation realm cultivators didn't receive the warning to stay away from Zhuo Xiaoyan. When they met them, they attacked and died happily. Many of them turned into ice. It was estimated that there wouldn't be a day where the ice would melt even if the space was destroyed. The more Zhuo Xiaoyan killed and snatched, the more she started to worry. How do I bring them out? If I bring them all out, it's too much. It's too eye-catching. Zhuo Xiaoyan was melancholy. Why don't you leave them with me? I Xiao came out. I have an ice and snow space here. It has a huge storage space. It's just that it's easy to freeze things. Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't care about freezing things at this time. She directly transferred most of the things into the ice and snow space, especially those with ice attributes. They were all transferred into Zhao space. When the Zhuo Xiaoyan finally met the Huayan team from the Nine Heavens Pavilion a month later, they were being besieged by a group of geniuses from the Dao League. 40 to 50 people surrounded a dozen people, and both sides were fighting desperately. And on the ground, there were already 3 corpses of Nine Heavens Pavilion's cloud transformation realm experts. The blood on the ground instantly ignited Zhuo Xiaoyan's killing intent. In an instant, the world was frozen, and the Spirit Snatcher sword rushed into the battlefield with a sharp, whistling sound. In less than half a minute, everyone in the Dao League was killed. When everyone was resting, Zhuo Xiaoyan voiced her doubts. Isn't the Dao League allied with us? Why is it that all the Dao League members that I've met along the way have attacked me without giving me a chance to explain? Your side is also being attacked by the Dao League. What's the meaning of this? A cloud transformation cultivator from the Nine Heavens Pavilion smiled bitterly. In this kind of place, who cares about alliance or not? Everyone wants to eat as much as they can. These are resources, and they're all high-quality resources. Lord Civet, as long as we can bring these resources out, there are foundation and resources for martial arts. What we bring out is the foundation of a human race in the Astral Souls continent. What the Umno Alliance brings out is what the Umno Alliance brings out. What the Dao League brings out is what the Dao League brings out. And what we cultivators bring out, most of them have to be handed over, but there's a small portion that doesn't need to be redistributed. That's our personal gains. It's fundamentally different from what the seniors came in to loot after we left. So at this time, what alliance is there? It's not strange, even if people in the Astral Souls kill each other. They just want to bring out more things. There are many things that after leaving this space, perhaps you won't get a second one in your life. Especially since this is a space set up by the Demon Alliance. Most of the treasures here are rare things that our Astral Souls continent and the Umno Alliance's Dao League continent don't have. This is the only chance. This cloud transformation cultivator was afraid that Zui Xiaoyan would be at a disadvantage due to her soft-heartedness. So he seized the opportunity to explain everything clearly. I understand. Zui Xiaoyan nodded. Does that mean that we can rob them as we wish? Kill them? Of course. As long as we're strong enough, of course we can rob them. However, if we meet someone tough and fail to rob them, we can't do anything about it. I see, I understand. Zui Xiaoyan nodded expressionlessly. A wave of coldness was emitted from her body. She had long understood this point. Wasn't the previous counterattack and Meng Duo's gains all because of this? This cloud transformation cultivator of a Nine Heavens pavilion probably didn't realize what kind of existence he had unleashed with his words. He didn't know what kind of karma his words had created. At least, Zui Xiaoyan had already activated her previous passive counterattacks and defensive counterattacks. She took the initiative to greet them, overflowing with killing intent. They rested for a while. Zui Xiaoyan distributed some healing resources. Then, they discussed for a while and split up again. Everyone understood that this time, it would be a great opportunity for everyone in this world. Although they knew that they might die if they split up, they were destined to not gain any experience if they stayed together. They were all cloud transformation cultivators. Even if they still couldn't see through life and death, they still didn't care about it. If they didn't risk their lives, they could only watch as the Umno Alliance and Dao League members obtained resources and improved by leaps and bounds. The deeper their foundation, the sooner they would kill them. If they followed the spiritual cat or people with high cultivation, they might be safe. But what use was there for them? What was the point of cultivating? They came here to gain experience, not to be protected. Today, they had the spiritual cat and teammates to rely on. What about the future? What about the battlefield? Who else could they rely on? After Zui Xiaoyan left the team and embarked on the path of cultivation, she was much more straightforward than before. She even took the initiative to attack. This is a robbery. Hand over your space ring. In the beginning, when he said this sentence, he felt embarrassed and awkward and felt that it was inappropriate. However, after experiencing it several times, he actually became very proficient in it. As long as she got used to it, anything could become a habit. Where ice and snow covered the sky, the path of fairies wrapped in silver, the cold sword in front of her soared into the sky, the remnant souls and blood behind her. Zui Xiaoyan's speed was much faster than Zui Xiao's. A stream of light appeared gracefully, and in the next moment, she was already dozens of miles away. After a few flashes, she disappeared without a trace. Only a fragrant wind and broken limbs were left behind. None of the Umno Alliance and Dao League members that she saw could escape from her sharp sword. Zui Xiaoyan's killing intent was stronger than anyone else's. She was different from Zui Xiaoduo. Zui Xiaoduo might think about other aspects, but Zui Xiaoyan would not think about it at all. She was a stubborn girl. Once she decided on a path, she would walk it to the end. Since she wanted to kill, she would kill until the end. Along the way, the Umno Alliance and Dao League members were complaining. Some people even suspected that the Astral Souls cheated and threw in God reigning, mystery returning, and even Skysoar realm experts. They were too strong. Finally, on this day, Zui Xiaoyan reached the peak of the mountain. She focused her gaze on a certain place in the sky. There, thunder clouds were faintly visible, and lightning was connecting into one. It was the chaotic space of the heavenly axiom that Zui Xiaoduo had entered. However, from where Zui Xiaoyan was standing, that space seemed to be gradually rising. As time went on, it completely broke away from the space and rose higher and higher. Gradually, the mountain that was originally covered by the sky was revealed. Zui Xiaoyan suddenly had an epiphany. It seemed like it was time to go out. She counted the number of space rings that she had obtained on this trip. The number of space rings that she had obtained was already more than 1,500. However, the biggest difference between her and Zui Xiaoduo was that Zui Xiaoyan did not know where to find the resources underground. All the heavenly treasures that she had collected all came from the ground. Previously, when she was in the Ice Snow Valley, because of the Ice Soul, she had collected all the ice treasures in that area. As for the rest, she had obtained everything that she could see and everything that she had the opportunity to do so. On the other hand, Zhuo had collected everything from the ground and underground. The sky was 900 feet high, in the God-reigning area. Qin Fanyang rushed out covered in blood. He was truly fighting alone. This was a life-and-death experience. No one teamed up with him, and not many people knew who he was. Speaking of which, this time, it was thanks to his old comrade that he was able to enter the God-reigning list. Ever since he entered, he had been constantly struggling between life and death. Qin Fanyang really didn't expect that the training this time would be so cruel. On the first day, he had encountered 3 life-and-death crises. After that, almost every day, he had a struggle for survival. After training for nearly 2 months, Qin Fanyang felt that his cultivation had been honed all the way to the peak of the God-reigning list under such a cruel atmosphere. The biggest difference between him and Xiaoduo and Zhuo was that whenever Qin Fanyang obtained any heavenly treasures, no matter if they were stolen or dug up, as long as they were useful to his body and cultivation, he would eat them at once. He ate them all, and every bit of improvement counted. It didn't matter if he had snatched it, or if he had encountered it by chance or obtained it. His battle experience in the past gave him the greatest confidence. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to avoid the injury of mutual destruction, but Qin Fanyang could use the small wiggling of his muscles to avoid death. Every time this happened, his opponents would die, and he would always be able to survive. Since I entered this unlucky place, just my chest alone has been pierced through 6 times. Qin Fanyang sat on a big rock, his clothes ragged from head to toe, and calculated his gains. I have collected more than 30 rings. As long as I can bring these gains out, they will be able to increase the foundation of those boys. Thinking of this, he could not help but smile. Little bastards, if you don't work hard to cultivate, you will not only let her down, but also let me down. Qin Fanyang smiled happily. Chapter 8:15. Qin Fanyang thought of those students of his. They were the greatest pride of his life. They were the greatest pride of both him and her. I've already received the letter of appointment. After I go out, I'll be teaching at Ancestral Dragon High School. Thinking of this, Qin Fanyang was even more gratified. I've done what you asked me to do. I'm going to Shangjing to watch them grow up on your behalf. Thinking of Ancestral Dragon High School and the future dragons fighting for heritage, Qin Fanyang took a deep breath. Boys, the future of the dragons fighting for heritage will depend on your own efforts. I want to see how many of you can soar into the sky. When the time comes, I should be able to give you some convenience. It's a pity that you won't have the chance to go to the battlefield. There are gains and losses in life. Some regrets are inevitable. After the dragons fighting for heritage, there will definitely be a chance to go to the battlefield again. Qin Fanyang narrowed his eyes. Thinking of the upcoming dragons fighting for heritage, imagining the scene of his students winning and going on stage to express their gratitude, he couldn't help but smile brightly. When the time comes, your wish should be fulfilled. In the future, they will fight on the battlefield. I don't think you want to see it. When the time comes, where should I go to find you? Qin Fanyang murmured affectionately. Find Marshal Dongfang. It's been so many years. Marshal might not be able to help me again. Or finds with Xiaoduo. That boy, I really don't trust him. He definitely won't tell me the truth. Even if there's no hope, he can point out countless hopes for me. Sigh, that frisky monkey, just thinking about it makes me want to beat him up. Damn it, just thinking about it makes my hands itch. Zhuo Xiaoduo was chasing after a few Alliance's nascent soul experts. These people didn't leave behind their space rings like the previous people before escaping. If you leave behind your ring when you escape, I'll definitely take it first. But you guys didn't leave anything behind. Are you looking down on me, Zhuo Xiaoduo? While he was chasing, a little fatty wearing a white Ancestral Dragon High School martial arts suit suddenly rushed out in a sorry state. Help! Help! I'm from the Astral Souls continent, Help me. Behind the little fatty, there were more than 10 experts from the Umno Alliance. All right, Zwishaoduo naturally went up to meet them. However, when they saw Zwishaoduo appear, they cried out in surprise. Then, they threw a large number of natural treasures on the ground and ran away. These people had all been robbed by Zwishaoduo once. Holy shit, so sensible. Zwishaoduo began to collect the scattered heavenly materials and earthly treasures and murmured, "Then I'll wait for you to collect more. I'll kill them the next time I meet them. There's not much time left. Next time, I'll kill them first." This brat actually thought that these Umno Alliance and Dao League experts were working for him. They worked so hard to collect them, and then met Zwishaoduo and instantly snatched them away. They went to collect them again, and they were snatched away again. Hero, the little fatty, instantly worshipped Zwishaoduo. Hero, hero, so awesome. The little fatty's eyes became starry. The Umno Alliance's experts turned around and ran away the moment he appeared. They were afraid that they couldn't escape, so they threw good things everywhere to divert attention. This is a golden thigh. With such an expert by my side, how can I be in any danger? The little fatty instantly decided that this is my boss. Boss, what's your name? The little fatty came to Zwishaoduo's side attentively and helped Zwishaoduo pick up the things. Zwishaoduo also saw this kid taking out good things from his spatial ring as he picked them up, stuffing them into the spoils of war for Zwishaoduo. The little fatty's idea was brilliant. This kind of expert's divine sense naturally covered the whole place. My little movements will definitely be noticed by him. Moreover, I did it spontaneously and secretly that this will show my sincerity even more to however. After he collected them and gave them to Zwishaoduo, he wanted to wait for this hero to be polite. Who would have thought that Zwishaoduo would accept them all without even blinking? He even put on a straight face and looked at the little fatty with a frown, his face full of dissatisfaction. Where are you from? How can there be such a coward in ancestral Greygon's martial arts? Zwishaoduo raised his eyebrows. Why are you shouting when you can't beat him? The little fatty felt wronged. I can't beat him, but I can't escape either. What do I do if I don't shout? My name is Little Hero You. The little fatty enthusiastically introduced himself. Boss, Hero, may I ask for your name? Little brother Yu Xiao Xia greets you. Ha ha ha. You can call me Xiao Xia, or you can call me Xiao Xia. Huh, that's what my friends and elders call me. Little shrimp. Zwishaoduo frowned and wasn't interested. Let's go. If you're so afraid of death, find a place to hide. I'll follow you, boss. Little Hero Yu's chubby face was full of flattery. Don't follow me. I'm not interested in bringing you along. Zwishaoduo rejected him sternly. Boss, my ancestor is the heavenly king of the right. Seeing that Zwishaoduo was about to leave, Little Hero Yu hurriedly said, If I can get out safely with you, my family will repay you generously. Heavenly king of the right? Your ancestor? Zwishaoduo suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked at the little fatty from head to toe. Fuck, I didn't expect him to be an official. If your ancestor is the heavenly king of the right, why did he come here to train? Zwishaoduo frowned. I didn't want to come here either. I didn't want to come here the most. The little fatty felt so wrong that he wanted to cry. Whoever wanted to come here was a coward. I was forced to come here. Among the 3 brothers in my family, I was the unluckiest one. The little fatty was still brooding. Until now, he still couldn't understand why he got the shortest draw when he obviously cheated during the draw. All right, follow me then. Zwishaoduo said, The heavenly king is already so old. If he cries again, it'll be ugly. Thank you, boss. The little fatty agreed happily. Do more work. Okay. Following that, the little fatty was so attentive that it surprised Zwishaoduo. He helped to clean up the battlefield and inventory the supplies. He didn't take a single cent and gave it all to Zwishaoduo. When he was free, he started to gossip to Zwishaoduo, the kind of gossip that couldn't be spread by the higher-ups, that he even massaged Zwishaoduo. In short, he was so diligent that he definitely didn't look like the descendant of a high-ranking official, especially not the descendant of a heavenly king. Sometimes, even Zwishaoduo doubted him. Was this guy really the descendant of a heavenly king? Was he just making up a story to trick him into being his bodyguard? But this guy had the Identity Jade token, so he could see everything clearly. As time passed, Zhuo's movements became more and more frequent. The highly skilled bandit team also became more and more active. They needed to achieve the greatest results within the limited time. This was the highest order of the bandit group's supreme leader, Zhuo. So now, everyone was sparing no effort in snatching. They even stopped cultivating for the last few days. Their priority was to snatch the supplies first. There wouldn't be such a good opportunity in the future that finally there was a faint sound of thunder and lightning in the sky. So Zhuo looked from afar. Even though they were thousands of miles apart, he could still see the sky over there. The dark clouds seemed to be gradually rising, and the sky above his head seemed to be constantly rising as well. Looking at the mountain range in front of him, it seemed to be growing bit by bit. It seems that this space is really going to collapse. So Zhuo jumped up and ran back. Where is everyone? Come out, all of you come out. Don't train anymore. Gather together first. Wait to be taken out. The little fatty Yu Xiaoxia also shouted. Although his strength was low, his body was really good. His chubby panda-like body followed behind Zhuo. Under the situation where Zhuo didn't use too much strength, he was actually able to follow at a moderate speed. Zhuo shouted as he flew. After a few hundred miles, a large number of Astral Soul's mainland soul transformation stage martial artists had followed behind him. The bandit groups also started to gather around. It was really about time. Everyone knew this in their hearts. As they were flying forward, they saw a mountain in front of them. It was obvious that it had collapsed for some reason before. The mountain was in a mess, and the towering trees were all over the place. Zhuo had passed by this mountain once before. He didn't care about it. Why would he care about a place where there was nothing good? So he turned a blind eye and passed by. But this time, the situation was completely different. Before he had time to walk in front of it, there was a sudden sound of heaven and earth cracking. Suddenly, there was a flash of golden light that lit up the world. Then, a magnificent palace appeared in the air from the golden light. Zhuo's eyes lit up, and he suddenly became restless. Good stuff. Good treasure. However, he only had enough time to be tempted. Before he could do anything else, many figures suddenly appeared in front of him. The palace also shrank in an instant. In the end, it turned into a golden light and entered the body of one of the people. Zhuo looked and saw that the person who took the palace into his body was Li Chenglong. Looking at Li Chenglong's side, he saw Li Changming, Yu Moyan, Yin Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, and Yu Moyan's senior sister, Digin. The group of people that he had tried to find but couldn't find were all among them. There was a long sword wound on Yu Moyan's face. Digin leaned on him weakly. Her face was as pale as paper. Obviously, she was seriously injured. Xiang Bing was also limping. Xiang Chong was supported by Li Chenglong. His tall body was almost completely lying on Li Chenglong's body. Yu Yin was carried by Li Chenglong and was unconscious. Li Chenglong was the only one with the lightest injuries in this group of people. The rest of them were all seriously injured with injuries all over their bodies. On the other side, there were people from the Umno Alliance and people from the Tao League. Every side had many seriously injured people. At this moment, they were all angry. Both sides gathered together and forced Li Chenglong and the others. Hand it over. A young man in white from the Tao League shouted angrily. His eyes were bloodshot. Hand it over. A tall and strong martial artist from the Umno Alliance shouted angrily. Come and get it if you dare. Li Chenglong spat and said, If I get it, it's mine. If you want it, it's easy. Let's fight. Let's see who has the longest life. Chapter 8:16. Li Chenglong waved his hand behind him as he spoke. He signaled Yu Moyan to stay put when I charge forward. Go up to the sky and send a message, then come back down to escort the wounded. Yu Moyan took a deep breath, gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, and nodded silently. Now, if there were no reinforcements, Li Chenglong was the only one who had the ability to cover the retreat. He was the only one who could hold back enough enemies because he had a target. It was impossible for anyone else to cover the retreat. They were not strong enough or important enough. Li Chenglong's face flashed with a heroic look. I got a great opportunity this time, but I ended up in this situation. Sure enough, danger and opportunity coexist. I'll get my all. If I don't get my all, Bing Dan and the others will all die. As long as I give it my all, I'll at most die here, but I can buy enough time for them to escape. The other side has more people, and the two continents have joined hands. I can't beat them alone, but do you think I'm scared? Boss will definitely avenge me after this. At most, I will go first and wait for you guys in the underground world. When you come down, I'll take care of you one by one. If it weren't for the fact that you have more people, who would be my opponent in a one-on-one fight? Li Chenglong took a deep breath and was about to shout and send out the signal to move. But he heard a voice, "Hand it over." This voice was full of arrogance and domineering, like a crab walking sideways. You little bastards from the Alliance and Tao League, the dark clouds are over your heads. You can't escape. Hurry up and hand over your valuables. Hand over your space rings. Hand over everything in your pockets. Hand over your weapons, too. The ranger strode into the battlefield as if he didn't recognize anyone. My boss is here. You little bastards from the Alliance and Tao League. Hurry up and hand over everything. Who is this little fatty? Li Chenglong and the others were stunned for a moment. When they turned their heads to look, they immediately understood. A wave of ecstasy surged into their hearts. In an instant, earth-shattering cheers erupted. Zwa! They turned their heads to look. Amidst the dust, Zwa Xiaoduo was dressed in a Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy martial arts uniform. It was snow-white and spotless. He had a faint smile on his face that he believed to be elegant. With his head tilted and his hands in his pockets, he walked out with his crab steps as though he didn't recognize anyone. He had an arrogant look on his face as if he was the boss, and he deserved a beating. He was only short of baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. Did you hear that? My boss said to hand them all over. If anyone dares to hide, even a little bit, I'll search their corpses later. You won't be able to rest in peace even after death. The little fatty ranger was hooting. In front of all the geniuses of the two continents, he was arrogant and bossy, high and mighty. It was really the first time in his life that he had such a glorious moment. Little hero, you was so excited that he almost had a stroke. Behind him, Wanli Xiuzhen fluttered and Gao Qiao was speechless. Where did this little fatty come from? This fox flaunting the tiger's might. We can't stand it anymore. Moreover, Zwa Xiaoduo had never done a corpse search. If someone else did it, this guy wouldn't be at ease. He must mobilize the 3 school beauties to do a corpse search for you. Do you have any idea how insane and outrageous your actions are? But cursing was one thing. Now, it wasn't the time to think about it. He hurriedly rushed over. He rushed to Li Chenglong's side. He hurriedly gave the medicine in his hands to the seriously injured. Now that his side had the upper hand, their only weakness was these injured people. He had to quickly protect them and prevent the enemy from finding an opportunity to take advantage of. Li Chenglong sat down on the ground and smiled bitterly. If he didn't come this time, even if everyone didn't die here, I would have definitely gone to the underworld. Zwa Xiaoduo laughed. Now that I'm here, it's their turn to die here and join hands in the underworld. By the way, what's going on with you? What are you doing? Before Li Chenglong could answer, the young man in white from the Tao League sneered. You dare to be so arrogant with just a few more people? Since you're here, then you'll all die here. Attack! With his loud shout, the people from the Tao League all rushed up. But the Alliance, who were shouting together just now, didn't move. Moreover, their expressions were very strange. They seemed to be hesitating, but also seemed to be struggling. What? The young man in white was furious. Attack! What are you waiting for? Didn't we just finalize the temporary alliance? Why? Aren't you moving? Do you want to take advantage of the situation when both sides are injured? The tall and strong martial artist from the Alliance hesitated for a moment and said, The human cultivator on the other side, are you Zwa Xiaoduo from the Hidden Dragon clan? It's me, Zwa Xiaoduo. The ranger raised his nose to the sky arrogantly. The man from the Alliance ignored him. His eyes were fixed on Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo had long been used to this kind of question. Basically, all the nascent soul transformation realm martial artists from the Alliance that he met later would ask the same question. Yes, I am your ancestor. Why? Are you going to kneel down and kowtow to me, begging me to be merciful and spare your lives? Xiaoduo squinted his eyes and responded. This was the most effective response that he had accumulated through experience. It would be abnormal if the other party didn't have a temper after hearing this. If they didn't have a temper, how could they quarrel? How could they fight just because of a disagreement? If they didn't fight, how could they snatch things? Sure enough, more than 40 people from the Alliance on the other side suddenly showed angry expressions. Xiaoduo saw this and suddenly became angry. Why are you looking at me like this? Why are you looking at me like this? Are you looking down on me? Xiaoduo, are you angry? Are you showing your anger? Are you going to beat me up? I spoke to you nicely and gave you pointers. Instead of being grateful, you actually dare to glare at me angrily? Xiaoduo was furious and flew into a rage. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Let's fight. After hearing this argument, the people on the other side, whether they were from the Alliance or the Dao Alliance, were all dumbfounded. Was this brat crazy? Especially those from the Alliance. After we knew who you were, we already planned to leave. We didn't even want to snatch the treasures. But you're still so unforgiving. They didn't know that when Xiaoduo saw the state of Li Qinglong and the others, he was already furious and wanted to kill them. You want to leave in such a situation? There's no such thing as a free lunch. After seeing that the Alliance was about to admit defeat, Xiaoduo wasn't going to let it go. Naturally, he wanted to stir up trouble. The 80 or 90 people on the other side were considered to have the advantage in numbers. In the face of such humiliation, how could they remain calm? With a loud shout, the Dao Alliance moved first, followed by the Alliance. The ranger's legs trembled. He turned around and ran. Good timing. Xiaoduo did a somersault and held the cat spirit sword in his hand. The sword flashed, and he shouted, "Rainbow sword." The sharp sword light was like a shocking rainbow, shooting straight to the sky. The light was dazzling and brilliant. When the 80 to 90 people on the opposite side saw such a momentum, they were immediately on full alert. Their eyes were fixed on the sword chi in the air. Everyone could clearly feel that the killing intent in this sword had condensed into a substance. The sword aura was so condensed that they had never seen it before. A strong opponent. The Dao Alliance people thought in their hearts. Xiaoduo really couldn't be underestimated. He lived up to his reputation. The Alliance people thought in their hearts. At this moment, Xiaoduo shouted, "Rainbow piercing the sun, fall." Before he finished speaking, the sharp sword light had already rushed down from the sky. Everyone immediately took out their weapons and focused their attention on the battle. At this moment, the sky was filled with jade-colored flowers. Countless small gourds, small buttons, small vases, small throwing knives, small awls, and countless jade-colored hidden weapons flashed across the sky. Then, there was a series of endless screams. There were a total of 30 people, and they weren't the ones at the front, but the ones at the back. Everyone's eyes were filled with bloody light, and they were collectively blinded. The hidden weapons directly pierced through the weakest part of the eye, directly into the brain, and then exploded in the brain with a pew-pew sound. More than 30 people instantly rolled on the ground. After a few screams, their bodies convulsed, and they breathed their last. Xiaoduo had already taken out his sword again and rushed over. Watch out for the hidden weapons. However, there were no more hidden weapons. Instead, the long sword came over like a storm. The sword aura surged wildly, crisscrossing and slashing wildly. Xiaoduo, the Dao Alliance youth in white, roared in grief and indignation. His eyes were about to crack. "You're despicable." He also rushed forward with his sword in hand. Meanwhile, the tall and strong man from the Alliance didn't say anything. He led the remaining people and quickly sent a telepathic message. "Run!" Just now, when Xiaoduo attacked, the Alliance youth already knew that they were no match for him. More than 30 people were killed in one hit. Even if the other party made a diversion and took advantage of the element of surprise, the absolute difference in strength was still apparent. Which one of those who could cultivate to this level didn't have a sharp mind and quick reflexes? Which of the vital parts like the eyes weren't the most tightly guarded? The other party was able to kill more than 30 people in one hit. Whether it was strength, speed, timing, or cultivation, they were all top-notch. There was no doubt about this. They were definitely no match for him. Therefore, the Umno Alliance youth led the remaining 20 people and immediately retreated. Without another word, they hurriedly retreated. In an instant, they split into more than 20 directions and fled in different directions. So Xiaoduo shouted, "Don't leave." His long sword flashed again. This time, he used the body and sword as one technique to attack the enemy. He really didn't want to let any of them go. However, now that the Dao Alliance had stubbornly attacked him, the Umno Alliance had run away. What the hell was this? By the time he used the body and sword as one technique to kill all the Dao Alliance members in front of him, the 20 people from the Umno Alliance had already turned the corner of the mountain and couldn't even see their shadows. So Xiaoduo was indignant and wanted to continue chasing. "What?" Yu Moyan shouted. "Look at Sister Yan. She's not doing well." On the other side, Li Zhongming also shouted, "Zua, Yu Yan is." Gasping. So Xiaoduo was shocked. "Please give me a monthly vote. I caught a cold a few days ago and didn't update. I'm really embarrassed to ask. I'm finally better. Please support me." Chapter 817. Breathless? They were on the brink of death. Xiaoduo immediately stopped in his tracks and arrived next to the two in a flash. He placed his palm on the Heavenmin stone and patted Dugu Yan-er's hand. Then he patted Yu Yan-er's hand and said, "What is it? What's wrong? Let me see." He moved so quickly and stealthily that no one saw the details. At most, they only knew that he came to check on the situation. Yu Mo Yin and Li Zhongming hurriedly pointed at the two people behind them. Just now when they turned around, their jaws dropped as if they had seen a ghost. The two women opened their eyes weakly and panted for a moment. Then their breath stabilized and they said in surprise, I'm fine." Yu Mo Yin and Li Zhongming were stunned when they saw this. What was going on? Although the two of them were not experienced cultivators, they had been cultivating for a long time and were experts in the field of cultivation. They would never make a wrong judgment about a person's physical condition, especially when they were on the brink of death. Not to mention that the two of them had made a wrong judgment at the same time. In any case, it was impossible for them to make a wrong judgment. Just now, they were clearly on the brink of death. How could they be fine all of a sudden? Even Yu Yan-er and Dugu Yan-er themselves were in a daze. They didn't know what was going on. They were severely injured and unconscious. They were on the verge of death. If they couldn't catch their breath, they would be done for, but for some reason, their bodies suddenly warmed up and they woke up. As for why they woke up, they had no idea. So Xiaoduo said angrily, "With the two of you protecting them with your life force, how could they die? Speaking of which, the two of you are really messing around." Luckily, the injuries were not fatal. Otherwise, the two of you would have used up your life force before they died. Do you want to be a pair of lovebirds in the same fate? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Then he shouted, "Put them down and treat them. Is it so fun to hug them? Can't you hug them after they recover? Can't you guys take care of the feelings of a single dog? Is it fun to show off your love?" Yu Mo Yin and Li Zhongming's faces turned red, and they quickly put the two women down. Both of them used their life force to connect the two women. This was true. That was why they could feel each other's condition in time. But the two women themselves did not know this. When they heard this, they knew that Li Zhongming and Yu Mo Yin had used their life force to protect them. If they died, their life force would be greatly damaged. And they could not help but feel warm. Dugu Yan-er's face was filled with bashful joy, as if she had nothing more to ask for in her life. Yu Yan-er's pale face suddenly flushed red. She stealthily glanced at Li Chongming beside her. She saw that this fellow's face was simple and honest. His chubby face was filled with a feeling of wealth. However, there was also an inexplicable sense of security. Her pretty face couldn't help but become redder. So Xiaoduo immediately went forward and said, "Let them drink my medicine. Then this pill. Take it. And the two of you, stand back. I will transfer my spiritual energy." He still kept the Heavenman stone in his sleeve. He reached out and touched Yu Yin, Er's wrist, transferring a stream of pure life force. After a while, it was Dugi Yin Er's turn. She did the same thing. In just a few minutes, the two women's injuries were half healed. So Xiaoduo didn't go overboard. He immediately stopped and said with a frown, "Although he's still very weak, his life is no longer in danger. You two take care of him carefully and treat his wounds. Carry him on your back or carry him." Yu Yin struggled. "I can walk." So Xiaoduo said solemnly, "Don't try to show off in front of me. I'll be honest with you. Both of you have injured your foundation this time. If you continue to try to show off, your future will be ruined." Yu Yin and Dugi Yin were frightened. They did not dare to say anything and let Li Zhongming and Umo Yin carry them. But they could not help but blush. Their hearts were beating fast. "I really hurt my life force?" Umo Yin was better, but Li Zhongming carried Yu Yin. It felt like he was carrying a ball of cotton. For a moment, he felt soft everywhere. His head was muddled and his legs were uneven. It was as if he could not walk anymore. Oh my God, this is the first time I have hugged a woman. It feels so good, Li Chenglong said. "Zwa, come take a look at Bing Dan. Zwa Xiaoduo took a look and patted Xiang Bing's shoulder. He rolled his eyes and said, "Bing Dan is fine. What do you want? Both of you have done everything. If you want to hug her, just do it. You don't have to find an excuse." Xiang Bing's face turned red. She said angrily, "Zwa, what nonsense are you talking about?" She was so embarrassed and angry that she was about to explode. But she did not notice that her injury had recovered by more than half. Li Qinglong's face was also red. He said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Bing Dan and I, we..." He wanted to say, "We're innocent." But after thinking about it, he felt guilty. He could not deny his conscience and said, "We are husband and wife. Do I need you to say that? You're so thick-skinned. TSK, TSK. So Xiaoduo looked at the others again. Then, he looked at Dugi Yin again. His face was calm, but his heart was full of worry. According to the judgment of the supernatural power, Dugi Yin fate was clear. Death was inevitable. This time, her life was in danger when she came here to train. However, he used the divine mending stone to heal her once. It was no different from eliminating a calamity of death. But the aura of disaster flowing on her body, especially on her face, still did not disappear. It was still moving on her face. It was not fixed, although it could be seen at a glance. It was sometimes scattered, sometimes gathered, and sometimes moved. This situation was an eye-opener for Xiaoduo, who was an expert in the art of divination. It was hard for him to come to a conclusion. Obviously, Yu Moyan's luck helped suppress a part of the disaster. His heaven-mending stone also helped her suppress some of the disaster, but the disaster on her body was too great. It was the so-called fate of death. But because of the interference of external forces, it became a pattern of wandering between life and death. And this situation also made it difficult to see when there would be another disaster. Maybe when there was a good thing, it could be dispelled. Maybe when there was some impact, it would be worse. Xiaoduo could not tell which direction it would deviate to. It was difficult for him to come to a conclusion. He could only wait until he got out of here. It was Xiaoduo's first time encountering such a fate of death that could not be eliminated. Saving her once was just delaying it for a while. How could this be? Xiaoduo looked at Yu Moyan. This fella had always been a loner, and now that he had developed such an extreme personality, it would affect his luck. But now that he met a friend and gained love, the color on his face began to change. On the left, he looked like a lucky star with prosperity. On the right, he looked like a widower. He looked like a bachelor for his entire life. These two people's faces are really. Xiaoduo secretly remembered this in his heart. Something big was going to happen. After getting out of here, he must pay attention to Yu Moyin's news. Maybe if he was not careful, it would be a lifelong regret. So Xiao Duo would not be careless when it concerned his brother. After a long while, everyone's injuries finally recovered a lot. So Xiao Duo then asked, "Now tell me, what's the matter? Where have you been all this time? What's the specific situation?" The whole process is mysterious and bizarre. I really don't know how to start from the beginning. But the most important thing is that everyone has sacrificed too much to protect me. Li Chenglong's face was full of shame. He was the strongest among them. He should have done his best to protect everyone. However, after everyone entered the big demon's cave abode, they were all fighting for the treasures in the big demon's cave abode. The astral souls always had the upper hand in the fierce battle. In this huge palace, they did not kill each other. They kept breaking through and fighting. Time passed day by day. Then, on that day, in another explosion, they finally broke the restrictions of the inner sect and revealed the big demon's inheritance in this cave abode. It was also at that moment that everyone went crazy, especially the bright pearl in the middle, which was obviously a top-grade treasure. It was the first to bear the brunt and was the most fiercely fought for it. Li Chenglong was the strongest among them. Naturally, he was the first to rush over and beat back the many Dao League geniuses who blocked his way. He even used his blood-stained hands to grab the pearl. It was also at this moment that an unexpected change happened. This unexpected turn of events almost caused Xing Hun's entire army to be wiped out. They all perished in a single day. The moment Li Chenglong grabbed the pearl suddenly burst out with an extremely bright light. It was dazzling to them. Then Li Chenglong could not move at all. At that moment, Li Chenglong was like a fish on a chopping block. He was at the mercy of others. Xiang Bing, who was the first to notice his abnormality, reacted quickly. She was the first to rush to his side and tried her best to protect him. Then, Yu Moyin and Xiang Chong also rushed to protect Li Chenglong. As Li Chenglong fell into a strange state, he went from being the strongest to being completely protected. The Dao League and the Umno Alliance saw an opportunity and joined forces to attack. Xiang Chong, Xiang Bingyu, Yin Yu Moyin, Dugu Yin and the rest. All the Astral Souls human martial artists gathered around Li Chenglong and tried their best to resist. After losing Li Chenglong, who was their strongest fighter, they had to divert their attention to protect him. At the same time, they also had to face the joint attack of the Umno Alliance and the Dao League. The Astral Souls immediately fell into a desperate battle of life and death. Chapter 8:18. Everyone, from that moment on, had no time to rest. The attackers came one after another, and the defenders could only fight with their lives on the line to protect everyone's lives. From the very beginning of the battle, the situation had reached a rather tragic level. As the battle continued, one by one, the warriors of the Astral Souls fell, but no one retreated, and no one lost their will to fight. If they retreated, Li Chenglong would definitely be killed, and they would die even faster, and there would be even less hope. If they fought, as long as Li Chenglong could wake up, the situation would change. Moreover, everyone could see that Li Chenglong should have obtained a heaven-shaking opportunity. This matter could be said to be related to the future of the Star Soul human race. Who would be willing to retreat? Dying in battle is our duty. We'd rather die than retreat. Because of Yu Moyin's sneaky attacks, every time he attacked, one of the opponents would die. Yu Moyin's attacks were sharp, and no one could stop him. It was also because of this that the Umno Alliance and the Dao League were wary of him, and the battle was not completely out of balance. After that, Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's Overlord Halberd worked together to force out an area, and Li Zhongming, who had been waiting for a long time, finally found his chance. He immediately activated the Great Dream Divine Technique and brought the 7 of them to sleep. He did not dare to activate the Great Dream Divine Technique, because if one of them escaped and could still move, his side would be annihilated. Many of these people had higher cultivation than him, and Li Zhongming was not confident at all, so he could only use a more targeted method to drag the 7 of them to sleep. This was Li Zhongming's limit, and it was also the best choice. But even if everyone on his side tried their best and used all their trump cards, the huge gap in their overall strength made the situation more and more dangerous. Yu Moyan attacked continuously, and after successfully killing 8 of them, he paid a heavy price, and his combat power decreased sharply. They were all geniuses of the same level, and it was impossible to kill one of them without paying a price. Yin, who was seriously injured, finally activated her life potential and burst out her source of strength and killed a few of the opponents. Yin, who was trying to save Yin, took a sword in 3 palms. While everyone was stubbornly resisting, Li Chenglong finally regained consciousness. However, before he could join the battle, the surrounding environment suddenly fell into an atmosphere of heaven and earth collapsing. The palace that everyone was standing in directly rushed out of the belly of the mountain. Then, the scene that everyone saw before, the whole palace entered the pearl in Li Chenglong's hand. As soon as he regained consciousness, he saw Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others coming to his aid. I see. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the pearl that Li Chenglong took out for him and could not help but feel envious. Look at his luck. He just had to casually fight a battle, casually collapse a mountain, casually enter an abode of immortals, casually. And he got it. Looking at the meaning of the palace, its level might be even higher than his own Tower of Annihilation. This kind of luck, no one else could have. Then, he looked at himself. He was a tragedy of being stingy to sigh. Swollen's harvest was really much better than his, and he could not compare to Xiaoduo could not help but feel envious. No, it's time to ask Swollen for money. If he does not, I will feel bad. I can feel it. I can enter this palace at any time. When I first grabbed the pearl, my hand was injured and bleeding, so I used a blood contract to create a connection between them. Later on, I could not move because of this. There's also a herb garden, a training room, a martial arts arena, and some treasures in this palace. Li Chenglong said, the original owner of this palace, the big ancient demon, seems to be called Ing Zhao, which seems to be the name of a famous big demon in ancient mythology. I don't know if it is this person. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. If even you don't know, I don't know either. Won't we know when we go back and check? Is this the time to worry about these details? There is no need to check, I remember. Li Chenglong sighed softly and said, I really should wait until we go back and slowly talk about it. This is an extraordinary opportunity, but it is also because of this opportunity that 13 students died an unnatural death. Hearing this, the faces of all the students who survived this battle were filled with grief. Although we have obtained this opportunity, but the dead students will never come back to life. Li Chenglong took a deep breath and said, Ai. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, the compensation that should be made must be given. The safety of the parents and family members must be well arranged. Those who have brothers and sisters in martial arts aptitude, focus on nurturing them. Those who do not have martial arts aptitude, let them live a prosperous life. He said softly, let this comfort the souls of the students in heaven. Every once in a while, go and check on the needs of the family or the needs of cultivation. We cannot be ungrateful. Okay. Li Chenglong nodded silently. He wanted to say something about the families of these students and whether he should do something, but he was directly interrupted by Zhuo Xiaoduo. This was because Zhuo Xiaoduo knew that if he really said that he would benefit the family and even put it into action, Li Chenglong would probably never have a peaceful day in the future. It should be known that the whole family was never united. In this kind of matter, the ones who should be taken into consideration the most were the parents, brothers, and sisters in the direct bloodline. If he also benefited the family or the direct bloodline of the dead students, because of the family would not receive the care and even the benefits that they deserved. After all, every family was complicated. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not want to use this kind of thing to test the humanity of a family. Therefore, he simply cut off Li Chenglong's words and used his own way to put an end to this matter. Perhaps his way of doing things came from the heart of a villain, but as the bloodline multiplied, after a few generations, the initial kinship would inevitably weaken. So Xiaoduo did not want to see that kind of situation happen. Once it happened, there would be a lot of complications, and even how to deal with it would be a huge problem. Rather than this, it was better to cut off the roots from the beginning. Moreover, he also believed that the students would only care about the people closest to them if they were alive. This space is about to collapse. There's not much time left. Everyone, hurry up and heal your injuries. Then, as we move forward, we will gather the warriors of the astral souls to return to the team. So Xiaoduo issued the order with a dignified bearing. Okay, this is, hello, fellow students, hello, fellow bosses. Xiao Xiao's posture was very humble, and his face was full of flattery. My name is Xiao Xia. My ancestor is the heavenly king of the right. Everyone was speechless. They were a little surprised and a little shocked by the kid's identity, but they also had an inexplicable feeling. Your ancestor is the heavenly king of the right, and you are so anxious to say it? You're not an ancestor if you don't talk about it. It was a little despicable. They did not know that the little fatty's heart was like a mirror. This group of people did not care about his identity. As for sucking up to him, it seemed that they did not even need to think about it. However, if he did not reveal his identity, this group of people might not take him along to play. After all, his cultivation was too weak. Only by revealing his identity early on could his safety be guaranteed. Hello, Boss Li, Boss Yang, Boss Yu, Boss Li. Hello, fellow sisters-in-law, fellow students, brothers, everyone. Xiao Xian nodded and bowed, and greeted everyone, full of modesty. I am Zhu's little brother. If anyone has anything to say to me, when you go to Shangjing in the future, leave everything to me. Cough, cough, cough. I have a wife. I have a wife. Hee, don't worry. I definitely do not have any improper thoughts. They had arrived, but Xiao Xia still felt a little insecure. After all, there were so many beautiful female classmates here. Therefore, he quickly made his position clear. He was a man with a family. Otherwise, if he provoked the jealousy of some genius and got killed here because of this, it would be a great injustice. Not to mention the others. Even Li Chenglong and Gao Qiao were a little surprised. The two of them looked at little Fatty thoughtfully. This kid had a promising future. As a descendant of a heavenly king, he did not put on any airs at all. When he should be humble, he would be humble, and there was nothing he could not do to flatter. This kid would probably live for a long time. Everyone instantly got along well with each other. Then they continued to gather people and began to prepare to go out. Everyone knew that it was time to go out. Outside, the dazzling golden light slowly faded from the golden door, and an inexplicable chaotic aura gradually rose from it. The entire world began to tremble as well. The flood which suddenly stood up. Let the experiencers inside come out immediately. The higher-ups of the 3 continents quickly set up a space passage to receive them. Okay, they were all peak experts working, and their efficiency was very high. In a very short time, the first passage had been set up. Flood, Golden Scale Wind Emperor, left and right Heavenly Kings, Celestial Emperor Zhai Xing, and a few people from the Tao League protected the passage directly through the golden door and extended in. The first to receive them was the Profound Returning Team. Because the Profound Returning Team had the least number of people who entered to train, it was naturally easier to receive them. Each family had 800 Profound Returning Experts. As the number of people who came out, the higher-ups looked at each other and felt that it was about the same as their estimates. The Astral Souls continent, 800 people entered and 630 people came out. The Umno Alliance continent, 800 people entered and 645 people came out. The Tao League continent, 800 people entered and 570 people came out. At the Profound Returning level, everyone was at the same level. Even if they fought desperately inside, there were not many who would die. Just from a number of people lost, it was completely obvious that these people were definitely fighting with their lives inside. The battle inside was definitely tragic to a certain extent. Otherwise, each family would not have lost more than 100 people. especially the Dow League, which lost more than 200 people. This was a huge number. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.